Hello everyone, this is Saving again, and today I'm going to be playing for part 2 of my Learning Lunatic series for Touhou Lost Branch of Legend. Last video we had a few audio issues that will hopefully be fixed for this one, and today we're going to be playing Sakuya Izayoi. So, for Reimu, I decided to go with the red set since it's the most basic one, basically. Thought the first video would be nice to start with something really basic with. However, for Sakuya, I don't really like her white set. Her unique card, Bouncing Knives, is kind of mediocre. The only real difference before the upgrade with her normal attacks is that she has a throwing knife to the hand, which is one of her characteristic tokens. Throwing knives deal 16 damage, and when they leave hand without being played, like when you discard them, put them back into your deck, or just when the turn ends, they deal 6 damage to the enemy with at least life. This counts as an attack activation, so it scales firepower, activates things like the blue-white card that give you armor when you hit someone, etc., etc. But yeah, the only difference is like 6 damage, so the damage relation is not really much of an improvement if you don't have a lot of knife synergies. Plus, it does take, as you can see, a second white. The upgrade is quite a bit better. Like the lock-on is very useful and it's one more knife, so it would be like 2 mana for 24 damage and possibly more if you can use the lock-on. While this upgrade is basically just plus 4 damage. But even with the upgrade, it's not like an insane card, just a good one. And her starting exhibit is kind of mediocre as well for me. The white set in general seems like the most synergy dependent one. Like with enough synergies, you can actually create a pretty good deck that uses the knives as a source of card draw and free damage. But I feel like a lot of the time, it just requires you to basically putting a lot more effort for just to work at the same level as many of the other decks. I think, in fact, this is considered the worst of the character sets in general right now by the community. And her spell card's like pretty decent, but also nothing like amazing. Like 32 damage to throwing knives. Assuming you don't actually like play the knives themselves, you just let them throw like get activated by the end turn. This would be 32 plus 12 damage, so 44. And only 32 of that damage is accurate, and it's only one hit. If you compare it, for example, this Reimu's Phantasy Seal that we used last time, this is 45 accurate damage, it's 3 hits, so it scales better with firepower, etc., etc. Like, the firepower here technically goes into the knives, so it's still, in a way, 3 hits, but yeah, the knife hits aren't accurate and stuff. So yeah, plus, for the blue set, which is the one we are going to be using today, we have my absolute favorite spell card, the World. After the turn ends, take an extra turn. This one's different in that, as you can see, it takes 120 power rather than 100. I believe it's the only spell card in the game right now. Yes, indeed, it is the only spell card in the game right now that costs more than 100 power. And it does have a drawback, that's very obvious when you see it. Like, it doesn't do anything on its own. Like, you actually need to use your cards to stuff with this. However, it has great synergies with stuff like the relics and powers that deal damage at the end of turn or the start turn. Things that retain, because like maybe on one turn you use several of your cards, retain one of them, go to the extra turn, and you can actually use that card you just retained immediately. And there's cards that get stronger when you retain them and stuff, so that's kind of nice. But mostly it's because like I just absolutely adore extra turns in card games. Just just very few things I like more than just taking as many turns as possible. Just like they say in some games, is kind of a joke. It's a zero-sum game. If I have all the turns and I have all the fun, then it's fine. My opponent's not gonna have any fun, but I'm gonna have all of it. So yeah. Then we have Magic Poker. Uh, adds blue to the mana base, same thing as usual. And during the first 3 turns of each combat, you draw 1 more card during the draw step. So basically, the first 3 turns you draw 6 cards instead of 5. It's nice. It's not like super amazing, but it's always nice to have a bit more card draw. Plus, since the starting deck is 10 cards, you can generally like add a couple of cards and still see all of them in the first 2 turns. Speaking of which, well, I didn't really go very deeply over the starting decks last video, so let's do it here. Basically, every character starts with, as far as I know, 2 shoots, 2 boundaries, and then a certain combination of basically big attack, big defense, which is 1 colored mana, 1 generic mana. The colors vary. For example, like on the blue set, you can see poker shots like a blue attack. Blacky defense is a white defense. For this one, it's the opposite. Every set, I believe, has the attacks as their main color. So, like, since this is a white set, the attack is requires white mana. And as you can see, this one has 3 normal defense, like big defense, I guess. While this deck here has only 2. Instead, we have 2 of our normal cards. I have Private Vision, discard a card gaining 1 grace. This is basically a discard synergy activator and a very powerful defense card, since 1 grace for 1 mana can like basically sometimes just give you all the block you need for a turn. Like an enemy is doing a single big attack and it isn't an accurate attack. You just play this and you have 4 mana to use on your attacks. And then Side of Distant Blade, which is 4 mana, deal 16, draw a card, but whenever it enters the hand, it costs 1 less. So in fact, you're never actually gonna play 4 mana for it. Like, the first time you see it, it's gonna cost 3, and after that, it's gonna cost blue. And when you upgrade it, 1 of the blue gets removed from the cost. So once you upgrade it, you can eventually just be playing for 1 mana, you deal 16, draw a card, which is very, very good. This one I don't mind upgrading early, but it's not my favorite if we get the upgrade boon at the start. I mean, speaking of upgrades, Private Vision simply gains 6 reflection. It's okay when you get like a free upgrade or something, but it's nothing like super special. The card is mostly defensive anyway, so the 6 reflection here is nice, but nothing big. Okay, so yeah, generally, since Sakuya has a lot of card cycling, and well, in blue, you generally like get a lot of cards and stuff. You want to keep your deck as small as possible, and Sakuya actually has quite a bit of potential to, if not to go infinite, at the very least, like see most of your deck each turn, and like play huge chains of cards. Like, even if you don't go infinite, maybe you're still like playing 10, 15 cards in a turn by using card draw, discard, and then energy generators. So yeah, we're gonna focus on trying to keep a small deck, get powerful cards. Her early game is kind of weak in my opinion, so I'm probably gonna try to avoid elites at the start, but yeah. With the starting conditions thing, let's go and do Lunatic7 Sakuya. So on the Rainbow video, since it was like my first video, I kinda focused maybe a bit too much on explaining like concepts and making comparisons to other games, because like it was the first video. I felt like I wanted to have an example or something. But since this content is for Lunatic7, I'm gonna be focusing more on like high level stuff from now on, just make sure I'm not like giving you just the basics, but actually trying to teach you about high-level stuff that lets you beat Lunatic7. Okay, so as a reminder, like we have our eviction order here, that's why it's 11 cards instead of 10 now. And here we have our starting bonus. Okay, so Sakuya starts with 99 money, so I actually don't tend to dislike the 100 money, because also on the first pass, like on your first stage, you're never gonna find shops, elites, or gaps on the first 3 nodes. As you can see, like on the future nodes, like there's shop here, elite here, gap here into elite, same on these ones. But on this first one, you're always gonna have to decide either gap, elite, or shop. Since Sakuya starts with quite a bit of money, I tend to like just getting sponsored and going to the first shop pretty much every time. Plus, this also means you can always do this, because if you lose before you get to the first boss, the issue you generally have is when you start a new game, only sponsors available. Because generally this is done to prevent like players restarting until they get the bonus they want every time. But yeah, the sponsors one that's always available, so that's also nice. So this is what we're going to try. Just start out with the shop, try and get strong cards early game that we can use later. And yeah, snowball from there. So the pill, as you might remember, gives us 100 power because the Lunatic, not Lunatic, the request number 1 actually. Iris Pins will have effective, and on Sakuya specifically, that is actually an issue because this doesn't give you 1 full spell card. It just gives you 100 power. Since Sakuya takes 120 for the world, that actually means we don't have a spell card early game. This is also another reason why I don't like to start elites too soon. So yeah, we're gonna have to do like probably 2, maybe 3 combats early on before we actually have a chance at an elite. Yep, let's start this. Okay, so crows, as I mentioned last time, generally take turns attacking. It's very rare for both of them to attack at once. The focus is generally just focus down one of them. First turn, just defend from the one that's attacking. Take 1 grace from both of them. Because grace decays at the start of the turn. So if you take one of them, next turn they'll decay the last one, and you can actually use the entire thing. Which means, since we have Long Night here, we're gonna have to be spending 1 more mana. But we can do what I mentioned when we were looking at deck, just Private Vision for 1 grace. And this is already enough block for the turn. We have 2 attacks in hand that we can use. If we use Sight of Distant Blade, we're gonna be using all our mana. And we don't really need to be drawing, so just 1 grace down, 1 grace down. That way, next turn we have our choice of who to attack. Sadly, I think most of what we have left in here is defense, so we're not gonna be attacking much, but you know, they're both gracing, so yeah, this is kind of bad because we have all our defenses, but oh well. They both have the same amount of HP, they're both doing the same thing, just attack around them, that's fine. Now this one's gonna be putting curses, this one's gonna be attacking, just like before. Private Vision for the block. I am gonna be drawing this time actually, partly because it costs the same, but also because if we draw a shoot, we can actually just take grace off of both of them. Regardless, since the bottom one's already damaged, we want to focus that one, because once there's only 1 crow left, the fight gets like a lot easier. And since we don't have any more blue mana to attack, I'm just gonna be exiling the curses and go next turn. Okay, so they are both attacking, which is rare, but it does happen. Hopefully this will draw us another attack with which we can kill the bottom one. It, well, technically deals damage, but it's really not what we were looking for. Okay, so I mentioned before that you can check the order they're attacking. Since the one that is hitting us hardest is attacking first, that's actually very good for us. So we can private vision, discarding something. So we're going to be blocking, increasing the 14 damage attack. That means we only need to block 10 damage, and we can't, but we're only going to be taking 5 rather than 9 if the order was reversed. We leave this one hit away from death. Now any of our damage cards just kills this. Sadly, it's not the enemy that's attacking, but we can still shoot here, prevent him from activating the grace and making himself hard to kill, and full block with Black Keys and Boundary. Sadly, only had 1 mana, so we couldn't exile that curse, but it's mostly fine. And now, if we draw a shoot, well, it's not attacking, so just drop every attack you can on it. And if we draw a shoot, we'll be able to kill it, but we don't. Still, it's at 3 HP, and now it's alone, so it's gonna be kinda hard for it to actually hurt us. It's not even bothering to attack. Okay, so some of the curses, there's 2 types of curses they can put in your deck. Well, I don't have the other type right now, but yeah, there's the 1 mana, just exile the card, and then there's 2 mana, deal 1 damage to a random enemy when you exile it. These ones are more expensive, but they also mean that you can use them to remove the enemy's grace. This is also useful against Aya, who, well, behaves very similar to the crows for what should be obvious reasons. She is, after all, one of the Tengu. And that's a fight win with only 5 damage taken. Okay, so Premature Burial, Accidental Dodge, and Trench Body. I generally like these 2 cards a lot, but under different circumstances. Premature Burial, lose 5 life, choose a card from exile, return to your hand, cost 0 temporarily. This basically allows you to chain extra turns, because most of the extra turn cards go to exile, and you can pick them up from exile. The upgrade makes it just cost 3 less life. But yeah, pick them up from exile, cast them again, just chain extra turns whenever you want. Accidental Dodge, since Sakuya has a lot of cycling, and generally gets to draw her entire deck more often than most. When the draw pile is shuffled, return Accidental Dodge from the discard pile to the hand, so every time you shuffle your deck, you're gonna have this card available. I tend to like it when it's upgraded mostly, because the 2 mana cost for the defense it offers is kinda mediocre, but for only 1 mana, 1 barrier, 1 grace and 3 barrier every time you shuffle your deck is pretty good. Lets you start building up barrier for turns where you don't actually have a lot of block available. And just like with our other card, 1 mana for 1 grace is pretty good. However, it is not upgraded right now. I think just so I have a decent card for possible leads and stuff, I'm going to take Entrenched Body here. This also allows us to have both defense and damage at the same time. And yeah, this is basically 2 mana. If the enemy is attacking us, we're basically doing both of our basic cards at the same time. We can't target it because it's Reflection, but it's a lot more mana efficient than the other cards we have on our deck currently. So for the early game, I think it's good enough to take. Now, if one thing I neglected to mention the last time we had this fight, you can see here, this is pink Kadama, blue Kadama, normal Kadama. Generally, as far as I know, the pink Kadama debuffs are frail, while the blue Kadama debuffs are weak. Frail is the one that doesn't reduce the amount of block you get, while weak reduces the damage you deal. And with Sakuya specifically, the 16 HP Kadamas can be one-shot by our Distant Blade. So generally I tend to leave those at the end, except when they are trying to weaken us. If they try to weaken us, we'll only be doing 11 with the Distant Blade, which means they don't one-shot. So, 7 plus 8, that seems like an easy private vision for full block. I'm gonna discard Poke Shot because I know I'm not playing both of them anytime. Doesn't really matter because we're gonna Trench Body to full block the second one. We're not gonna have enough mana anyway to play the others. But yeah, since we are going to be frail, assuming I'm right about the pink Kadama debuffs, I'm not 100% sure yet. We want to set up kills on all of them, so we can make sure we don't get destroyed on the next turn. The blue Kedama is going to be the first one to attack of the two that are attacking, which means the reflection damage is going to go on it. So we want to set up lethal on the pink and the normal one then. Since this one is already attacking, it's not guaranteed to attack next turn, while I believe the pink one is, which means we want the pink one to be lower HP in case we can kill it instead of blocking its damage to remove the damage deals. So yeah, too frail as I thought. This one's almost dead, this one's surged, this one's buffing itself. So yeah, as mentioned, we can go Side of Distant Blade here. We don't really need to be one-shot in this one, but we can use it here instead because of the 5 damage we dealt. 1 damage was enough, but you know. So yeah, this one-shots one of the enemies. If we draw another offense card, we could shoot on the ground. Yeah, okay. That was, as seems to be usual lately, seems another mistake with not noticing the auto-tapper. Cost 3, took all 3 of our blue mana because the only cards I had left were yellow. White, but since I wasn't going to be using both of my white mana on 2 black key defenses anyway, I should have done. I should have tapped this manually. Used 2 blue on the white. That way, this turn I could have poker shot this to kill it instead of blocking. But mistakes happen. We do at least still get to full block here. Another option would be to play Boundary, shoot this because it's buffing itself, so it might be dangerous to leave it alive. But we have Private Vision next turn, and I really doubt that this is going to stay alive. In fact, we can be sure here. Yeah, I'm gonna have Poker Shot and Private Vision available. So this one's going to get one shot, and this one's going to get raised. So there's thankfully no issues with just playing black key defense here. Full block in this turn and just killing this next turn. So yeah, has 6 HP, so we do have to Poker Shot to kill it. Then we Entrench Body, because this is going to deal 10 damage rather than the 5 from the shoot. And we Private Vision, since we only have 7 block, this is not going to be full block, so we do need to grace the attack. We grace. The reflection, by the way, is not attack damage, so the Kedama does not gain the block because it wasn't attacked. That means we can just Poker Shot now for 10 damage and finish it off. And we get out of here with 0 damage taken. So yeah, ideally you want to one-shot the top Kedama, the blue one, assuming it hopefully has 16 HP. As you saw, like, I'm pretty sure they have a small RNG roll to determine HP, because they were like 16, 17, 18. But yeah, you generally want for this fight to one-shot a 16 HP one with Side of Distant Blade, or to get rid of the top one if you don't have Sight on the starting hand, so the weaken doesn't prevent you from doing a one-shot on future turns. Card rewards. Okay, so T-Ruin, Super Swift Flyer, Sibylum. I do like T-Ruin a lot. It's 2 mana to draw 3, which at first isn't very efficient, but after the first time you play it, which also gains you 3 life, costs 1 less energy this combat, so you can have 1 mana draw 3, which turns into 1 mana draw 4 when upgraded. Like, this pretty much helps us go through half of our deck already. Like, it's 12 cards, but with some other cycling and stuff, it's pretty consistent to see almost our entire deck. However, as I mentioned, I really value AoE early on, and while we don't have any knife stuff yet, this is 3 damage, 3 mana for 18 damage to each enemy. Upgraded, the damage barely goes up, it just gains more throwing knife synergies. So this gains 0 block, but gains more block for each throwing knife, to 1 unupgraded for 1 upgraded. This is a very good card for White Sakuya, with her having a card that puts knives in your hand, and her exhibit putting knives in your deck. Not as good here, but I think it's still going to be my pick again because I really value AoE in the early game. And this is a pretty big AoE because it's like 18 damage is pretty big early on. And if we end up picking up some knife synergies along the way, it might just be a good blocker too. So, events. Okay, Price of Luck. This event, there's unless you don't want money for whatever reason, there's literally no reason to not take it. Because when you do, 2 appears, and basically you get 3 choices. You can just give her all the money, which gives you Lucky Rabbit's food. At the end of combat, if this isn't exiled, gain 15 money. This is supposed to be like after like 10 combats or 8 if you upgrade it, it pays off for itself. So and keeps giving you more and more money eventually. But one of the usual ways where you remove unplayable cards from combat, like even if you don't remove them from your deck, like you stop making them be relevant during the combat, is exiling them in combat. But this only works if it isn't exiled, so you basically have to like deal with the curse the entire time. I really don't think this is worth it. Like maybe if you have the relic that makes it so your shops never run out of stuff, you can start accumulating money and buying a ton of stuff then, but I really don't think the top option's almost ever worth it. Misfortune is a pretty bad curse. Well, it's not gonna be as bad on our case because we're gonna go to a shop immediately, but I generally don't like taking it because what I usually do as soon as I get one of the misfortunes is to remove them as quickly as possible. But that means gaining 100 money because I'm not gonna be spending. I mean, giving her the money, but I get a curse. And I'm gonna spend 50 of those 100 on removing this curse, and then I'm losing a chance to remove another card. So there's a very small money gain and a quite big opportunity cost. So I think this event is, again, there's always exceptions, like maybe you want misfortunes because you have you got the relic that gives you power from misfortunes and other stuff, but I think giving her some of the money is almost always the correct choice, and that's what I'm going to do now. Plus 275 to go into shop is quite a bit of money, so we'll be fine with that. So, first thing I tend to check, relics. We have Anesthesia Gang Watch. This is definitely a Detective Conan reference, I just realized. Yeah, at start combat, apply 1 weak vulnerable to each enemy, pretty decent. Mighty Shaku, defeated enemies drop between 2 to 4 more power. I don't tend to focus too much on gaining power Sakuya, because since her spell card doesn't have any like super powerful effects, I generally use it for emergencies rather than very proactively, unlike many of the other ones. So I tend to save up enough power just fine. So I'm not super interested in this. And then whenever Sakuya grazes an attack, gain green energy. This one is actually pretty good in my opinion. We have one source of grazing that we can use repeatedly on the starting deck. We have a decent chunk of cards that can give us grace, like you saw before. We had the accidental dodge. So yeah, the Bamboo's actually one that interests me. Well, first things first, like at this point, like I mentioned, I always want to remove a card. Makes our cycling better, makes our average draw better. Since we added so far one offensive, one defensive card, the defense card is also like kind of aggressive. So on top of that, like we tend to have high blue mana demands. So that's a lot of conditions that lead me to wanting to remove a poker shot. Removes a blue card from our deck, making our blue mana demands less brutal. Removes an offensive card, since we already have 2 cards that help us with that. Yeah, I think that's a very obvious poke short removal. And I'm gonna heavily consider the bamboo as a buy. But first we're gonna check out the cards. Sculpture is a card that cycles between different forms. Basically, the upgrade makes it retain and replenish. So if this is good because for this card specifically, because you're never sure which form you're going to use. Like the fact that it doesn't cost your card because it replenishes, and you can save it for when you actually need it in combat because it retains, means that you're not actually that bothered by which form you get. And it's a decently efficient card, like 3 mana for 18 block, 18 damage is very good. Because generally the basic cards, let's say the vanilla test, is like 1 mana for 5 block or 5 damage. This is 1 mana for 6 block and 6 damage, not more. So yeah, the circle covers generally both blocking and damage needs. Square covers it's a very strong multi-hit. It's like plus the multi-hit one, by the way, is only 2 mana instead of 3. So yeah, this is 36 damage. It's very powerful. And this is the card one. It's less damage. It does cost 3 energy, but it also draws 4 cards. Yeah. All 3 forms are like decently powerful, so this is a strong option in my opinion to get early. Because yeah, early game you really want powerful cards. Hard 6 slash, efficient damage, 1 mana for 10 damage, plus exiles a card from hand, which means you can slowly exile your less powerful cards. It's one of the ways you can start to like set up your deck for infinites, because you exile your bad cards, your curses and stuff until you pretty much only have the combo pieces in hand, and you loop those. Water Blanket, just decent mix of block and card draw, nothing special. Tranquility. Another Private Vision. If we had discard synergies, I might actually pick this up, but I don't really want another Private Vision just on our starting deck without any synergies of that kind. Out of Phantasm, one of those cards where you get random cards offered and you get to play them for free. This one is actually like one of the better ones in my opinion, because it lets you spend as much mana if you want. Like it's an X plus white card, which is one of 3 random cards. The total cost is X plus 1, since it basically includes the mana cost that you have to pay forcibly, like the white on the cost of the card. And then temporarily cost 0, has excellent ethereal. The good part about this is like you can control it. It's basically a mana sink for when you need it. And since both the card generates and this card exile, they're not gonna take up a slot in your deck for like long term. But it does have the issue, obviously, of unlike many of the other choice cards, you're not really gonna get like a good deal. You're not gonna pay 2 mana to discover a 4 mana card and stuff. Yeah, so this would be good if we had like relics that were giving us a ton of mana we weren't sure how to use, or if we were like often getting left with leftover mana. Could cover our curve, but I really don't think I'm interested right now. Then Jack the Ludovile's standard power at the start of Sakuya's turn, gain 3 time pulls, 4 if it's upgraded, costs 2 blue. This is pretty good on defensive and turn builds, and it's also scaling, which I really like for the early elites. Plus, it does synergize with our spell card. Like, can't access it here, but yeah, it's the extra turn. Yeah, the idea is like if you play this, you have a couple of extra turns available. Like you're going to immediately start gaining time pulls and activating it. Time pulls, by the way, at the end of Sakuya's turn, deal damage to each enemy, lose a level for each enemy damage this way. So if you have 5 time pulls, you deal 5 to all enemies. Let's say there's 2 enemies, you deal 5 to both of them. You lose 2 time pulls because you hit 2 enemies. So yeah. Considering we have the entrenched body here, Silver Loom, this seems like a more aggressive build right now. So maybe it doesn't fit us. There's also Gather Faith here, 2 Spirit, which is your block cards gain extra value. Basically, if you have 2 spirit, you block for 2 more with this card. So I'm kind of having a few doubts in these choices. Like Heart Extra Slash is really interesting for possible infinites, but the 2 cards I've added so far don't really work with that. Plus then there's the fact we have Bamboo here. I'm considering Private Vision plus Bamboo, honestly. Just have a good source of grazing and energy. This would be 163 plus 26, so 189. This not leaves us with only 36. You couldn't buy a tool if we wanted to. All things considered, with us having right now strong sources of offense, I think we actually want. This is a very aggressive card as well. Yeah, this choice is actually kind of hard for me. We have our AoE, so we're not looking for more of that. So maybe we do just want some scaling. Because right now we don't have anything to make sure we win long fights. It has synergy with our powers. So yeah, I'm actually going to go for Jack the Ludophile here. Yeah, okay, so I've decided, I think. If we buy Jack, we can't actually get a relic. So we're gonna ignore that, sadly. But yeah, I think if we want to win long fights, like the boss and the elites that don't just die to a couple of AoEs, we want Jack the Ludophile here. And since this synergizes well with extra turns and defensive cards, pretty sure I'm gonna pick up this Tranquility as well. 2 damage, 20 block. I mean, 2 mana, 20 block is a very, very powerful card. Like, it's basically 2 of our defense cards for the half price. And yeah, it has ethereal, so we have to use it like every time it's in our hand. But if you have Jack the Ludophile ticking up our time pulse, that's generally not a problem. Yeah, I think it's gonna be these 2 in the end. That leaves us at 63. Maybe we could get either a Water Blanket or a Water Gun. Silver Loom is powerful. If we get the fairies, we're not gonna be able to like get early one-shots. But with the gun, we might be. Plus it's accurate. Yeah, the gun's just insanely good early game, I think. I'm just gonna get it as well. Because the Water Gun is accurate for Aya. Allows you to one-shot one of the Fairies of Light with very little effort on turn 1 if you draw it. And for Ring, it's a 0 mana attack that lets you either burst her down quickly or kill some of the spirits without having to use mana on damage cards, so you can actually block to protect yourself from the explosions. So yeah, the gang is like absolutely amazing Act 1, I think. So I'm really glad we got that. So yeah. Now I think our deck is not amazing, but we do have all the elements we need to beat Act 1, I think. We have some AoE, scaling, strong defense, and help for the elites, along with cards that are efficient for what they do. So yeah, I think that should hopefully be good. Now, since I don't really have any big preference. Maybe we want Cherno. Yeah, no, because we can deal with. We can generally deal with Marissa, I think, just by slowly chipping her down and scaling. We have Tranquility ideally for her Master Spark turns. We have AoE to deal with Raymus orbs, and we have the scaling we need to actually be able to defeat Cherno eventually, even after she gets like a couple of buffs. So I think we don't actually care which of the 3 we take. So I'm just gonna get the additional 30 power. Gives us the spell card for our next fight. We're trying to set Cherno. I don't think either of the 3 is going to be a huge problem. I will want to prioritize scaling though, seeing as we have Cherno on our next few cards and stuff. But yeah. So I feel like we're definitely strong enough for an elite, so I'm going to go with the elite path that doesn't take us to a shop, because the other one has a shop and we don't really have money. Which is slightly unfortunate since we just got room here, but you know. And yeah, like we're almost full HP. This is a no-brainer in my opinion. Like losing 37 power removes our spell card for now, and 20 life for 150 money is very good. Yeah, very solid exchange in my opinion. Might like, even let us just go to one more shop on the third path. So, the orbs. As mentioned last video, we generally want to focus on the red Jinjang orb, kill it as soon as possible, so we have no issues with it scaling out of control. We're gonna, only one of them is attacking us, so, and the attack is graceful, so we're gonna start vision. We don't have a lot of damage to burst it down exactly. So I think our best option, like I don't want to use the water gun if I can help it, because we might actually just do double elite. But so yeah, I think I'm actually just going to play Jacked a little while. This does let us like play a bit more defensive, even if they have scaling, because we're gonna be scaling as well. And just drop the shoot on the red orb. We're still gonna be focusing mostly on the red orb, but we can play a bit more defensively in this case. So yeah, like 12 damage, 10 damage, that's 22. But just Tranquility alone almost gets the entire block. Now we could just take 2 damage here to play Silver Loom, deal a lot of damage to both of them. I don't think it's actually worth it because they're not like scaling super fast or anything. They do scale, but not incredibly fast. If we can take red card, the Jinjang Orb, the red Jinjang Orb will be fine, I think. So for now, I'm gonna choose to full block, deal some damage to it. We're gonna deal 3 damage with the Time Pulse. Goes down to 1. It will go back up to 4 on our next turn. Yeah. Okay, so here, yeah, we can again do full block plus some damage, because the red generally the enemies that are on top are the ones that attack first. And so you can see red Jinjang Orb is gonna attack first, so we can private vision to grace his attack. Discard like Silver Loon because it's way too expensive. We're definitely not gonna be playing it. And yeah, we do Entrench Body. This is already full block, so we just keep shooting red Jinjang Orb plus the Entrench Body. Like since the red orb is going to be the one that attacks us first, the 10 damage is going to be going on it, plus 4 from the Time Pulse this turn, and the 5 that we're gonna deal next turn. It's almost going to be dead. Like we barely need any more damage to kill it before it gets to attack again. And next turn, I'm pretty sure this one, yeah, this is going to be blocking. So in the end, we definitely like came out of this pretty well. So we just poke a shot here. Now the 5 damage from the Time Pulse is going to kill it. So we deal some damage here. We don't even have to block because the only attacker is going to die. And now our only enemy is only going to be like hitting for 10 pretty much every turn that it attacks or just blocking, which is not really a worry. We do Tranquility over Private Vision just so it doesn't exhaust, and we just shoot it until it dies. At this point, it's like a very simple fight. Honestly, the fight is generally over when you kill one of the orbs, the other one doesn't really matter. Solely the Entrenched Body here is not going to deal damage. So you can see the reflection gets removed when our turn starts. Or not? I thought it would. Wait a second. So if I don't kill my opponent this turn, like let's say I deal some damage and I'm gonna graze it. Am I going to hit it this turn? Oh, well, my science experiment is gone because I killed it with Time Pulse. Didn't realize I dealt so much damage. Well, I'll find that out on my own eventually, hopefully, or maybe we'll find out together on this run eventually. But yeah, we finished the fight. We took no damage, so success there. So bouncing knives. This is the attack that starts as a base on the other deck, as you mentioned. Really don't like it unupgraded. Another entrenched body seems unnecessary. Like, maybe it's useful because, you know, we do have like our defensive cards are better with the Ludovile on our deck. And the other option would be Elegant Maint, which is 1 mana, but one of the white is going to turn into colorless, or 3 knives to the hand. So as base, if you don't do anything else, that is 1 mana for 18 damage, which is very good. Or you can just spend 2 mana on throwing the knives for some extra damage. We don't really have any knife synergies or anything. Like, at most we can discard one of them to get the free damage without the knife exiling, or use them in combination. Yeah, actually this is one of the issues too. We can't use Silverloom in combination with Elegant Maint, because this consumes all of our white mana. And not having that option available means that I'm a lot less interested in these 2 cards. The Entrenched Body is, like, again, an efficient card. We don't look like we're going for any infinites with this deck, so I don't mind picking up just a solid efficient card that improves our deck on average. If we were going for infinites or something, I'd be a lot more reticent on adding, like, just a normal blocking card. But under these conditions, I think it's fine. Yeah, so we don't really need to drink tea, we're plenty healthy, so I'm gonna, as usual, upgrade. Distant Blade is one of our more powerful upgrades in my opinion. Another important one would be our power, just make sure we scale. But the scaling is mostly necessary for the boss rather than anything else. So I think I'm going to prioritize Distant Blade right now. We might upgrade to Ludovile on the gap that's before every boss. Like, there's always a gap before a boss, so if we need Jack the Ludovile upgrade, we can do it on that one. So, Ring. Yeah, that is a very bad starting hand. Generally on turn 1 against Ring, you just want to set up stuff. Sadly, it seems like that won't be working, because we didn't draw any setup. Hopefully we'll have our... I mean, well, worst case we have the world available, so we'll be able to do something there. And actually, since I'm on this, I can actually just entrench body and check if the reflection is going to actually do something or not. Okay, so 2 of them will be attacking us, that's 15 damage. Then Ring is gonna explode this one for 14 more. So 29 damage. We can almost full block actually. If I do Tranquility plus Private Vision, I graze this. It's gonna be 8 plus 14, 22. I'll only be taking 2 damage. Or we could simply go for some AoE and the Tranquility, take a little bit more damage. No, because if we do the Tranquility plus Private Vision, we get to set up Jack the Ludovile. With how many enemies there are on the field, it's not actually going to be scaling, because all the time pulse is going to be consumed by hitting so many enemies. But it's a bit of chip damage, and it means that next time we draw Silverloom, we can actually skill Every Spirit. So yeah, I think I'm going to go for the almost full block play here. Jack the Ludovile, Tranquility. And now we're gonna see if the reflection actually does something afterwards. Okay, it does. So I'm a lot more likely to take Entrenched Body now, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so yeah, 40 to 38, we took 2 damage as mentioned. But yeah, knowing that the reflection is not actually lost, which I assumed wrongly, I guess, that makes me a lot more likely to pick up more Entrenched Bodies, and I'm actually really glad we picked up the second one then. So, this is gonna be 20 damage this turn. That's an easy full block actually. So just Entrenched Body, Lucky. We're gonna be dealing 10 damage to this spirit. Next turn, I think she's going to be exploding another one or applying grace to herself. Probably applying grace to herself, actually. But her spell card is going to blow up all the spirits on the board, so I think we actually want to... Since she's not even close to dying yet, I think we want to focus on dealing with the spirits early. Make it so when she uses her spell cards, you won't have any spirits to explode, and that way we can deal a lot of damage on that turn against her. So... Okay, so here I'm going to Private Vision to dodge the explosion, because I'm definitely gonna kill this one. And then I can block and reflect this one with Entrenched Body, leaving it at 9. So that would be 3 mana. Yeah, I think this is the most efficient play here. This is gonna be full block, kill a spirit, leave one very low, so she can't really explode it afterwards on us. So the Grace actually dodges explosions as well. Doesn't work only on attacks. Now we full block this with Entrenched Body. She is gonna summon one more new spirit. But if we can get these two, she'll actually... She will use her spell card, it just won't do anything to us. Sadly, it doesn't seem like we're gonna be able to, actually. This Distant Blades is gonna have to be here. So that is actually going to be quite a lot of damage. I think this might be where we use our spell card. Let's check first though. I'm gonna Tranquility to block the explosion damage. What can we draw? Let's say we draw a Poker Shot. We kill this one. That would be 10, go down to 4. We're still gonna be taking a lot of damage, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just want to kill one of the spirits here and go to an extra turn. But we'll see what we draw. Yeah, just a normal shot. Doesn't really help us here. So if we played Black Key Defense, that would be 14 block. 8 gets removed like this, we have 6 left. We would be taking 14 damage, which is a bit too much for my liking. So I'm just gonna attack here, go to extra turn. The Time Pulse helps us a bit with hurting it. And now we can full block the explosion damage with Entrenched Body. And this is going to both kill the spirit and deal a decent chunk of damage to Ring. And the reflection's not going to be wasted, because as we just learned, it actually stays on us. Well, as I just learned. So yeah. She does the rekindling, would explode the things, gains 3 grace, there's no things to explode. And we have a free turn to wail on her. Well, she does have grace, so that's kind of an issue, but oh well. While she summons more spirits. She's going to summon 2 of them, 3 of them, as you can see here. Can revive 3 Vengeful Spirits. And the most damage we can deal this turn would be setting up some more reflection. Actually, she's at 65. This is accurate. Yeah, I think it's time to use our gun. Yeah, she's very low now. We're gonna Entrenched Body. This is going to set up more reflection. Another one will definitely be a kill on a spirit. And we could have Silver Loom, but it's not accurate, so she has the grace here. So we're just gonna attack. The last grace is going to decay normally. We're gonna deal some damage with Time Pulse. Should be fine. Okay, so the one danger about the reflection, by the way. The first spirit to attack is going to be this one. This is definitely going to die to reflection, so it's actually going to deal 18 damage this turn. So we have to be careful with that. We have 9 Time Pulse, so it's like she has... Oh, never mind, we don't actually have to worry about it. She only has 28 HP thanks to us using the gun last turn. So this puts her at 12. 2, and even if we didn't have a shooting hand now, we have the time pulse, which as you can see, just kills her and ends the fight. So yeah, we took no damage off of the delete, thankfully. We did have to use our spell card, but I think it was very much worth it. Tengu's Fang, one of my favorite relics, exhibits, sorry. At the start of your first turn, gain 2 grace. This lets you like set up really easily. Like I'm a lot more likely to pick up some powers like the innate power that gives you an extra card every turn, and other cards that just let you set up turn 1. Because our turn 1 is gonna start with 2 grace. But it's a very powerful relic. So Private Vision, already mentioned what I think of it without any extra synergies, not really interested. Melancholy Eruption is a decent AoE card, I do not mind taking it at all. Plus, when you upgrade it, it does go down to colorless, so you don't need to have one to use it. But we already have AoE, and we have a Time Walk here. Time Walk is literally just pay 4 for an extra turn. It ends your turn immediately, so it's going to be the last card you use. Only the first one takes effect each combat, but the reason why it's so powerful despite all of its restrictions is the upgrade costs 2 mana. In my opinion, if the upgrade didn't reduce mana, it would be like didn't reduce the mana, it wouldn't be as good. But 2 mana for an extra turn is pretty ridiculous. Even if when its cost was nerfed, it was still too strong. So yeah, this is a reference to cost here. And the 2 mana Time Walk is a Magic the Gathering card, an extremely powerful card from very long ago. So yeah, this also even has synergy with Ludovile, as I mentioned. We want to be taking extra turns, so the Time Walk is a no-brainer, and it's probably gonna be our next upgrade. Assuming we don't have to use it on Ludovile. So Raisin Supply, as usual with the first Raisin Supply, and very sadly because I really like Magic Guidebook, just 1 of 3 random neutral rare cards to add to the library. This is a very good relic, but this is the only chance we have to get the high-tech glasses, and without the high-tech glasses we cannot go to our 4th act, so sadly the only time you can get the bottom one on the first exhibit is when you get the bag, which basically lets you take both relics on Ayente's note. So you would get the glasses plus the relic. So 2 very similar paths, Elite plus Shop. This one has an event first, so I'm just going to go to this one because as usual the event has a bigger chance of influencing the combat than vice versa. And this is, I think we've seen this event last time as well, but getting a random exhibit, add a Wolfer to the library. Wolfer is basically a curse that you can exile for 2 mana, but once you use it 3 times, it's gone, you don't have to worry about it. So it's one of the more, less bad curses, doesn't really screw you over much. So I really like just taking the random exhibit almost every time. For reference, it is technically a tool, not a curse, so you're not gonna get like curse synergies. But again, I really think it's a completely fine exchange for a full exhibit. If you're desperate for a spell card, just fluffing her for 30p is not really a problem. But hopefully we wouldn't need the spell card on the elite, and I assume we'll have it for the boss. So I'm just gonna take the exhibit. And we get Tisa, drinking tea at a gulp, recovers 20 more life. So if we are actually very hurt after the elite, we'll have the chance to just heal ourselves at the gulp before the boss. Because that's going to be around 40 HP, which is almost all our health at that point. Because of the big Kodama fight, this is the main reason you want AoE this early. And we do draw it perfect. That is absolutely beautiful. So we might be taking some damage from the Black Kodama that doesn't get one-shot, but this kills 4 out of 5 of them. Yeah, this is the big reason you want AoE at this point. I could just, spend my water gun, kill it, not have to worry. But we're only gonna be taking... Oh, we're gonna be taking no damage. We're gonna be taking no damage because we have the Tengu's Fang. Absolutely beautiful. This is why I like the relic so much. It would be even better if I remembered I have it. But yeah, that means well, shooting is not really relevant because it has 14 block. It's gonna go on its own way anyway, so we don't really have to play anything there. We graze the first hit. Okay, so here we actually have a reason to stall the fight a bit because we want to play this so we can be rid of it. So what I'm going to do is play Jack the Ludophile here and the Tranquility so it doesn't exhaust. This sets us up to make it easier to kill it in the future. Like, we shouldn't have any issues with killing it once we need to. But it also means like we might be able to just get to our Wolfer to reduce the durability it has by 1. For the same reason, I just want to be stalling here, so I'm just gonna time walk. Don't want to kill it too fast if I can help it. And yeah, with Tranquility we can full block and we're almost guaranteed to get the Wolfer. In fact, because this replenishes, we're either going to get like these 5 cards, or one of the cards is going to be the Water Gun, which is going to replenish into Wolfer, and we're going to be able to just win this fight. Yeah. 5 damage. Jack the Ludophile puts our time pulse to 7, so we're guaranteed to kill it now even if we do nothing. We get to exile the Wolfer and still kill the Kedama without taking any more damage. So yeah, that's one of the reasons you might have to stall sometimes. Like, it allowed us to remove one durability of the Wolfer. Time's Aggression, Bouncing Knives, Princess Undying. Already not gonna be Bouncing Knives for the reasons we've mentioned quite a while. Princess Undying seems pretty good, as kind of does maybe Time's Aggression. This is technically free, assuming you can use the colorless mana. We have some use for it, it's not like we have none. Like, our only really demanding cards are Jack the Ludophile and Time Walk, but Time Walk also has generic cost. So it's likely to be free, not screw so much. But Princess Undying, like, for each card in the hand gain 3 barrier, and it does cost 4. But the first time you play it, that's splash to hand, so you're basically like only paying 2 and saving 2 blue energy for later. And yeah, I think this is a very powerful defensive card, and we do like having defense. Plus, early on, we're gonna be drawing extra cards from the Magic Poker, like I mentioned before. And since we have the farm for grazing on the first turn, we are actually very likely, if we play this turn 1, to be able to keep all our barrier and still save the energy from the splash. So yeah, I think Princess Undying is our best pick here. And another shop. The Teacher's Dedications, one of the cards I've mentioned that I really like before. The relics don't seem to be like super interesting. Dream Diary requires you to play no defense cards in a turn to gain 2 energy next turn. It's blue energy, so it would be interesting, but like our deck is very defensive. We don't really need firepower that much from the Tengu's Clog, so because our deck is going to win with Time Pulse on the long fights. So yeah, I'm not really all that interested in the relics, so I can remove without any worries. Again, if it was a normal curse, I would be removing the Wolfer, but since we can remove it just by playing it in combat a few times, I think it's best if we just remove one of our basic cards. And since we are doing a very defensive deck, yeah, so since our deck's very defensive, I do want to remove an attack, but I think I'm going to remove Shoot over a Poker Shot this time, because we have like a few cards that are going to, like, Silver Loon costs 3, Distant Blades might cost us 1 eventually, Private Vision costs us 1. So we're gonna be generally left with either 4 or 2 mana when we use those cards, and they are like valuable cards, so we are gonna use them relatively often. Which means I'd rather have like 2 mana cards, because we're going to get a relic on the an energy relic on the boss, but I'd rather worry about the short-term impact since our early game is our most vulnerable time. Yeah, that's a shoot out of my deck. Now, the cards that interest me here right now would be Gather Faith, because, like, again, we are playing a relatively high defense deck. And we like setup cards, Teacher's Dedication, which gets innate when upgraded, which would be very good in combination with a Tengu's Fang. Then Lunar Cycle and another Princess Undying. Second Princess Undying is generally quite a bit worse than the first one, I think, because you can basically, if you play two of these on the same turn, that's basically your entire turn. And we can't even do it right now. We have to wait until we have our boss relic. Plus, we would have to use the splash from the first one to play the second one. So I'm a lot less interested in this one. I think we don't have enough mana for all three of them. So yeah, since we do prefer setup, I think, because of our defensive cards plus our Tengu's Fang, I'm going to get the two abilities here. This will give us like Teacher's Dedication is going to be a lot more consistency if we can upgrade it, thanks to the innate plus the turn 1 grace. And Gather Faith just goes pretty well with our defensive cards, like Tranquility is going to be 22, which isn't a massive upgrade, but you know, it's there. We're going to have more block from the Entrenched Body. We still have both our boundaries, so that would be like 2 mana for 14 block, which is better actually than even an upgrade on the big blocks. Yep. I think I'm happy to pick these two up. And ideally, we'll find a way to upgrade Teacher's Dedication. Probably not like immediately on the gap we have here, because we are going to be using Ludovile. I mean, we want to be upgrading Ludovile, Princess Undying, Time Walk, etc. And we're thankfully going to be getting like some money from the elite, because we are going to need to upgrade at the gap. And here's Aya. Yeah, so Aya actually tends to like not care at all about our turn 1 grazing, because we'd have to attack her this turn for her to start attacking us while we still have 1 grace. And this turn, like turn 1, she's never attacking. But what we can do is start setting up our powers. So yeah, I'm just gonna play both my powers. If we played, I would play Princess Undying if we didn't have both of the powers we want to set up on hand already. But like the extra energy is not really gonna be very useful for the rest of our stuff, while the powers are going to start winning us the fight. So make sure I spend the correct colors of mana to play both of them. Because yeah, they both cost 3, but that's because of the long night. So I just get to set both of them up. Next turn we're gonna gain some Time Pulse, which is going to aggro Aya in this turn, like guaranteed. And we're not gonna normally I'd use the Time Walk, but like we can just do even more setup with Gather Faith and Wall for this turn. Yeah. Now our defenses are stronger, and we get rid of the curse. Time Pulse aggroes her, and we're gonna start to actually have combat. Also, for reference, like the turns that you're not attacking her are not strictly free, not only because of the Boom Boom Marrow newspapers she's putting on your deck every turn, because she puts 3 per turn while she's following you. Like eventually, Aya does complete her interview and starts putting stronger curses in your deck that remove your spirit when they're on your hand at the end of the turn. So if you have strong setups, it can be worth letting her just complete the interview if you're going to basically like one-shot her right after anyway. But like, do be careful, because it's not a free 3 turns of setup or anything. Like, it actually has a cost. Like, it's not a massive one, but it is there. Okay, so I definitely want to use the water gun, but I'm not sure if it's worth. Yeah, we don't actually have that much offense. I think most of our damage is going to be like time pulse regardless, so I don't think there's much of an issue on just water gunning her. Then Tranquility gives us full block for this turn. And yeah, just exile the curse and get some damage on her, because the curse plus the water gun removed her curse. But yeah, time pulse is probably gonna be most of our damage for the remainder of the fight. So we get to Princess Undying here, plus Boundary. Okay, so what do we have here? Since we're almost guaranteed to draw either our extra turn or quite a bit of blocking, I really don't think we need the energy later. So, because like worst case we can defend ourselves, or just maybe a Distant Blade plus Time Walk. So I'd rather just keep as much of the barrier as I can. So I'm going to use the splash here. I wanted to use the splash for Blacky defense. I forgot that it takes 1 white. Please don't learn from my mistakes. Do not repeat them. Yeah, we will at least use the mana to like, get rid of another curse. Still, I don't think it's actually going to be super relevant, but that was a mistake, because what I tried to do was not actually a possibility. Okay, so I'm gonna Distant Blade here, just to see what I draw. Okay, so I think we have 2 options here. One is obviously to Time Walk, that would be 9 Time Pulse and we keep scaling. But if we set up 20 Reflection with Entrenched Body, that is actually like a lot of damage as well, like she's going to be very close to death. And we have strong defense. I think it's actually like the better play here. Or if we Time Walk, she's only gonna have 1 grace though, so maybe we're guaranteed to have this to break the grace. Okay, no, because since she only has 1 grace, because we already did the Distant Blade, I think I actually just do want to Time Walk. So the Time Pulse gonna keep ticking, and this turn we might actually, just get to... Well, we have 2 options here. We could set up even more barrier. Like it's 15 because we have 5 other cards in hand, plus 2 from our Spirit. Or we could just take the Grace, deal 10 damage. 17 barrier is like a whole attack from her worth of blocking, so I think this is actually just more valuable than the extra damage we might get. And we keep ticking, like should take us like 3 turns at most. Okay, yeah, you saw there. Sakuya special at the end of the turn, lose 2 Spirit. This is what she starts putting in our deck. Like normally it's 3 Boom Boom Arrow newspapers. When she completes the interview, it's 2 of them plus the special. And it says Sakuya special, but all of these specials are the same. Like, the effect doesn't change for Ray moves or Journals, etc. Just the name. So, yeah, she's attacking for 22. We can just easily block the entire thing. Or we could do double newspaper, 16 damage. 16 plus 13 is 29, so that's lethal. So we're just going to do that. Remove the Grace. Heal 16. Time Pulse kills her. GG. Yeah, this is why I like Ludovi. Like, it's AoE and setup, which helps with all 3 of the elites. Like AoE and long-term power, which helps with all of the elites on Act 1. And it can be like a build around card for a turns build as you get further into the game. Soul Gem, after visiting a gap at the start of Sakuya's first turn, gain 1 of each energy. With the Exquisite Tea set, we really like have very strong starts on gaps. So, like if we find nodes like this, gap followed by elites, those should be easy elites when we can get them. Okay, so this is unupgraded, so I'm not really interested. This is decent, but nothing super special. And this is exactly the kind of card we want. Another Jack the Ludovi. Sadly, it's not upgraded, but 2 of these means we start scaling very fast. And we do have like a very good build for it, I think. So yeah, I guess we're going to just do scaling time pulse on this one, most likely. And since we now have like quite a few abilities, so the ability cards are the ones that you use and they disappear for the rest of combat and give you a permanent effect. We'd really like the boss relic that makes it so your abilities discount other cards when you play them, because it also gives you a blue energy, but we'll see what we get. So upgrade. We're facing Cherno. Not sure if I'd prefer like stronger scaling or just. I think one more card per turn, like guaranteed turn 1, is probably what we want. Turn 1 plus turn 1 Cherno's generally like doing a 7x3 or 7x4 Frost Orb attack. So if we do play this, it's gonna cost 3 mana because of the Long Night. And we'll have 2 available to like block the rest of our damage on top of the 2 grays we have. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Teacher's Dedication here to gain Ignite. Just make sure our consistency is as high as possible for the rest of the fights, because turn 1 should be relatively simple. Okay, yeah, so she gets Lily White's announcement as her first buff, which does mean she does 4 attacks rather than 3, because this just makes all of her actions more powerful. And actually we have a ton of mana thanks to the Soldiering, which I did forget, but even a better reason to do Teacher's Dedication. And sadly we can't set up all our powers. And we don't really have like something like much better than what we already have in hand if we Time Walk, because this already guarantees us full block. So I'm actually just going to leave Time Walk on my deck for later. It excels anyway, so if I used it now I wouldn't see it later. So I'm just gonna set up and leave this in the deck for when we try next. By that time we'll have some more extra time pulls and it will be even more valuable too. Because of just 10 damage, so we are gonna entrench body for full block. And we can either get rid of the Wolfer or Silverloom, because we're going to be mostly killing her through scaling. Like just using one small chance to like get 18 damage on her is not really like super big. I'd rather just remove the curse and make our consistency even bigger. Mana Freeze, by the way, puts 3 Mana Freeze cards in your deck, as you can see. When we draw these, they're basically Long Nights that exile after 1 card is played as well. Nothing really different from what we already are dealing with anyway. Okay, so 12 damage this time. I want to play Princess Undyne here. Okay, so it's 12 damage, but it's graceable. So what we can actually do here is, yeah, we want 1 blue mana for this, and at least 1 white for this, but we can get the blue mana from Princess Undyne. So what we can do here is make sure that we leave 1 blue mana open, Princess Undyne, when we have a ton of cards in our hand, thanks to both the Magic Poker and the Teacher's Dedication we played earlier. We use the Splash immediately, and now we get to Gather Faith to make our block stronger, and we're gonna keep all of our barrier, because Private Vision is gonna grace our attack from the Freezing Bullets. She's weakened us with the Freezing Bullets, but we don't particularly care all that much. Yeah, like we could either gain more barrier or just steal 4 damage here. I think you know what, this is obviously the better play. Just basically getting a full turn worth of block for later. We keep scaling our time pulse. This should be an easy fight at this point. Okay, so I'd really like to time walk, but it's not like we have super powerful defense left in our deck. Like if we go into this attack with what's in our deck, we're just going to play Entrench Body and take 12 damage to our barrier. But I'd really just rather full block, not really have to worry about it. Since we're only taking damage on the barrier, like I can take the chance to deal some damage to her. Like it's 2 less barrier, not a big deal. and that means she loses some of the frost armor. She was attacked, and we have temples. Okay, so they just gave us an antidote. That happens when she gets Larva's Wings. Whenever Sakuya deals attack damage to Cherno, she gains 1 poison. So yeah, at this point, I really just don't ever want to attack Cherno anyway. It's like, I'm gonna be doing most of my damage through the time pulse. So I'd actually rather just ignore her, like, not actually ever attack. Because that way I don't have to take poison damage. And I don't have to worry about whether the antidote is in my hand or not. So yeah, from now on, we play the pure defense only. That does mean like this Jack the Ludovile is super valuable because it doubles our scaling. Yeah. To conserve some barrier, this is already full block, but I want to conserve some barrier for later, and we don't have any other defensive cards, so I'm just gonna private bishing, and like I could. Oh no, I couldn't even do this because like I had 1 blue and 1 white, and I needed the blue anyway. So yeah, never mind. But yeah, now we just play full defense, ignore her existence, just defend every time she attacks us, and we don't really have to worry about it. We're getting kinda like pretty bad luck with the Time Walk, because I never draw it at a time when I actually want to use it. Because if I use it, I wouldn't mind using it now, because our cards in deck are actually useful, but that means we lose the Tranquility, and since we're playing defensively, we kinda really want to keep it. So again, just full blocking, playing the Entrenched Body because Reflection's not attack damage, so when we reflect, as you can see, we don't actually get poisoned. Yeah, I mean, we could attack this turn actually. Like 34 damage and then do the antidote, or we could get 20 barrier. The 20 barrier is just such a massive amount that I think I actually just don't care about attacking her. We're killing her like very quickly at this point with Time Pulse. It's gonna keep scaling. We really don't need to try and make it faster. And for once, this is actually a very good Time Walk. Yeah, and I really wanted to cast it because, again, we basically get extra ticks of our passives. So more Time Pulse, more damage, etc. And we get to full block again. And Entrenched Body for more reflection. Yeah, like, once we were able to fully set up, this fight was pretty much over already. Like, she's going to keep getting stronger. Like, every time she does one of her uni skills, which are basically her spell cards, she's going to gain the support of 1 more ally. But like at this point, we're just killing her super fast. She has like 4 turns, I think, left. Well, depending on how much block she ends up getting, but like 4 to 5 turns left to live. So she's probably not even getting to her 4th union skill. Yeah, we didn't really have to worry much about her. So if I did both Vandals, it would only be 14. So Princess Undyne is the most block because of the mana freeze. Normally I could have played Princess Barrier plus a normal block, but oh well. Yeah, this one gives her the 6 damage every turn, I believe. Yeah, oh no, the heal. Daijosei support at the end of Cherno's turn, she gains 6 life. So she's gonna be a little bit harder to kill, but nothing huge or anything. I just keep getting barrier, keep ignoring her. Time Pulse keeps killing her. Okay, she's gaining quite a lot of frost armor actually. Since I'm not attacking her, her frost armor isn't going down. So she's actually going to take quite a bit of time to die still, but it's not an issue. Like, we have time. The time is only like on our side. So yeah, just keep full blocking. Actually, since we are already full blocking and we don't really care about the antidotes much, we can just hit her once. We gain 1 poison, we remove it immediately. Just a small amount of extra damage, nothing huge. Yeah, we keep going like this. I wanted to do Princess Undyne, but again, we have to prioritize keeping this in our deck, I think. Blocks most of what she's doing. Our Our Bear is still holding strong, she's having a defensive turn anyway. So none of our defensive cards have effects in the future, so I'm gonna just use the last antidote charge. Play Poker Shot, deal 10, removes a bit of Frost Armor, we antidote. And we also get to actually hurt her a bit more with the Time Pulse because of the reduced block. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this just lets us kill her in 2 turns. I'm gonna Private Vision to basically block for 9 away for 1 mana. She's doing 9 times 4. Double Entrench Body. And the Reflection should be good enough that she's dying like next turn. We full block thanks to the barrier, we dealt 20 damage. 66, it's not exactly enough yet, but next turn is completely fine. So yeah, this almost gives us full block. I mean, we could accelerate this a bit by Poker Shot and stuff, but actually this is 66. She has 71 total HP if we include the block here. So this takes her to 61. Okay, so yeah, since the poison triggers at the start of our turn, we can actually just Poker Shot here. Time Pulse is gonna kill her. Poison's not gonna triggers at the start of our turn, so it's actually not gonna even lose us HP. And she's just gone. Yeah, this is why I liked taking the Ludoviles early. Okay, so sadly we didn't get the exhibit I wanted, but we have a very good option here. Let's go in order though. Adds white to the mana base after each combat player gains 20 power. Again, as I mentioned, I don't really like just going full power spamming, because like the world is already plenty expensive, so it's not like we're gonna be spamming it anyway, because it's gonna cost quite a bit regardless. So I generally tend to save it for emergencies, so this one's whatever. Miracle Mallet, it's really just very bad or mediocre at the most, in my opinion. Basically, when you spend colorless mana on your basic cards, they get doubled. Like optimal case, like imagine you have a upgraded Poke Shot. If you spend 2 colorless mana here, it would be like 14 times 2 times 2, so 56 damage. That's the optimal case. It's not awful or anything, but we already move like 2 or 4 basic cards. Really not interested in this. And meanwhile, we have Ice Crystal Winds. So add blue to the mana base. We get to pick Chirno's unique cards, which in this case is not actually a good thing in my opinion, because Chirno blue cards. But we also might be able to get white Chirno cards, but her blue cards are mostly focused on cold and burst damage. So that isn't like super interesting. But there's quite a few like very powerful cards on blue on white for Chirno. Like we have Logistics Chain, which is just 0 mana, just pick up whatever card you want from your draw pile, stuff like that. And the actual reason why I think this is a very good choice: at the start of the player's first turn each combat, add 1 Ice Wind to the hand. This just gives us 1 mana and gets us 1 out of 2 blue cards from our deck. So like it will easily let us like grab our powers, maybe the Princess Undines, get the Time Walk turn 1, stuff like that. And like 0 cost cards that start in your hand for free are also very good on Lunatic7 because of the Long Night cards. They just let you not consume too much mana. Like normally this would generate mana, but even with the Long Night in our hand, Ice Winds mean we can actually just not pay mana, like pay 1 to gain 1 and reduce the counter on Long Night. So yeah, that's gonna be my pick for sure. Okay, so we have here Mate's Trick is basically for Sakuya discard builds and daggers and stuff. I've used it with to decent success on knife builds, but definitely doesn't work much for us here. Lost in Paradise, basically copies cards in your hand. I think this is mostly good for like cards like Distant Blades that have cost modification, like maybe cards that you could modify to cost 0, that kind of stuff. because the copies like also copy these cost modifications. There's like plus like these kind of cards. It says when it enters the hand. So since the copies enter the hand, if we had this like for the first time, it cost like 1 and blue. The copies would cost 1 and blue, then enter the hand and cost just blue. So that is good with cards like Private Square, which is an extra turn spell that has the same format as this. But we have Luna Clock here, which is just an extra turn, 5 mana, and your turn take an extra. It has a drawback that our attacks deal no damage during the turn, but we're playing a very defensive build focused on the scaling time pulls, so that is actually completely fine with us. Like, this is going to be extra ticks of time pulls, extra time to set up, etc, etc. So yeah, Luna Clock is pretty good here. Okay, so I do feel like we're pretty strong. Sadly, we can't get a gap before the elites. Okay, so I think I'm going to pick this path, because we have like 2 fights and then elites and possible one event here. And the thing is, if at any point we feel like the elite is too dangerous in the end, so it shouldn't be, we can just go here, get to a gap, go to a shop here. It should be mostly fine. But yeah, this is like the one that gives us the most options. Okay, so Drown Girl is actually kind of rough on setup builds, because she's going to be dealing 12 damage every turn with the drowning debuff that she's going to apply to us turn 1. But we should be fine. Our build is very strong in my opinion. So yeah, I'm going to Icewing. Okay, so I'm probably gonna play mostly with the cards I already have on hand. So what I'm going to do is pick Side of Distant Blade, make sure it starts getting discounted, and that way we can make sure we have our Private Vision in the deck for later when we're gonna use it. Okay, since we like normally I do just Dedication plus Ludovile. Since we're going to be hit for 12 at a minimum every turn, like, I'm thinking if maybe we want to Gather Faith or just Game Barrier and use the extra energy to do other setup. We still have 1 Ludovile on 1 Jack on our deck, so... And this is just 1 card, right? Yeah. Okay, so I think what we want to do is do Undying, keep our defensive resources like ready for later with Barrier, and we can use the Splash here to get Teacher's Dedication up. So we really want the extra draw to make sure that we have strong defense every turn, because like, she's going to be hitting us with the Drowning and the normal attacks every turn. Sometimes you get like 9 times 2 is the weaker attack, so yeah. Okay, so we set up a power and try our best to full block, which is, I think, actually good enough thanks to the Grace. Well, we're gonna take 1 barrier damage, but no big deal. Yeah, this is the bigger attack. 22 cannot be graced. But thankfully, as I mentioned before, we have very strong defenses. Gonna see what we draw with the side before using the rest of our block. Nothing interesting, so we just keep full blocking. Let Ludovile scale, hit her with Reflection. So we're doing pretty well here. Yeah, like her first turn is set up that kinda hurts us. But we're showing her that we can also set up on her. So Jack plus Time Walk here is the way to like kill her the fastest, and we do have enough defense here that it's worth doing, I think. So yeah, this is going to like cost us some barrier because we get hit by the Drowning on our turn, even if she doesn't take a turn in the meantime. Like when we cast the rest of the turn, Drowning triggers, but we have still quite a few strong defense cards here, so I don't think that's a big problem. Okay, so this is 12 plus 18, that's 30. Okay, sadly Gather Faith plus Princess is only 25, so not worth doing here. And if I do Gather Faith, I can't do both Entrenched Body and Black Key defense, so I have to just go for 2 defensive cards. rather than use our power setups. Because what I wanted to do was like gather faith and other defensive cards, so our future turns were easier, but we still full blocked on that one. Can't be done. Okay, so our likely more important plays are like Entrenched Body, Lucky Defense Private Vision for like 29 block practically, because this is gonna block 9 here. So we can check what we draw off of this, just fine. Oh, and Tranquility is even better. Just full block while taking no barrier damage, and we even get to the alternate for reflection. Okay, and you can check the order the buffs proccing here. So since the time pulse is before the drowning, if we just hit her now, oh, okay, so I could just kill her now and not risk it, but I want to show you that the time pulse is going to trigger before the drowning, and we're not actually going to take any damage here. Yeah, 20 damage, she's dead, drowning doesn't trigger, and we're completely fine. Okay, so Wall of Bavagra is a potent defensive card, and the fact that it like removes lock-on or even completely prevents it once upgraded is actually quite relevant, because one of the elites we can find here on Act 2 is Yomu, who is going to be slamming us with lock-on every single attack. So I think that could be one of our options. The other good options, Tea Brewing, like as mentioned, it's a lot of card draw, very good. But I think card draw's slightly less valuable thanks to us having Teacher's Dedication here. So yeah, I am going to pick up the Wall of Bavagra. Because if we get him on hand turn 1, it's like really easy to just... If we're not getting hit thanks to the Grace, we just wall plus Dedication. Although not until we get maybe a bit more energy because of the Long Night, now that I think of it, but still. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this and hopefully we can upgrade eventually. That's probably like... That and Time Walk are our most pressing upgrades, quickly followed by Princess Undying and the Lutaviles, I think. Maybe Gather Fate afterwards, if we can even get that many upgrades anyway. Okay, so this is Shinmyomaru. She has the Miracle Mallet, which if you remember is the mana relic that upgraded basic cards that we just saw on the boss. She really likes basic cards, and she always gives you these 3 options. Like you can grow to upgrade 5 of your basic cards. This is mostly good when like you're either doing a basic build, like with the mallet and other kind of stuff, or when you don't have time to remove these, so you just rather upgrade them to have them at least be useful. Then you can remove a non-basic card. Works on curses could be good sometimes. I don't really have a non-basic card in my deck that I hate or anything, so like all of the cards we have are either the starting ones that I don't dislike, or cards that we added later that could easily help us anyway. Even the Silver Loom, like we haven't been using it much, but for encounters with many enemies it's still decent AoE damage to like make fights a bit faster and stuff. So yeah, at most I would remove that. But I think generally your best choice is choose 3 basic cards to transform into common cards, boosting maximum life. Little risky, our maximum life isn't super high, but our build is already very defensive, so I don't think we're gonna have issues keeping our HP up. And this means this is kind of like 3 removals, and in exchange you get like 3 random commons. So I think it's very much worth it. Like even the worst of commons tend to be better than like the basic cards, unless they're outright just not good for your deck. Like maybe if we had one of the unplayable cards that we have to discard, like and our only discard is Private Vision, those could be bad, but other than that, like, this is pretty much almost always very good. And we do have the chance to like remove our final basic attacks. And since we have our Gather Spirit here, Gather Fate, sorry, the small blocks are a little bit more valuable because it makes them more efficient than the Luckies. Like 7 twice is more than just 12 here. So yeah, small blocks are a bit more valuable when you have Spirit, so I'm going to transform one of the big blocks instead. And we got Freeze Shot, which is a half decent block, biggest issue being like 2 blue in the cost, but this is gonna be like 12 block, apply cold, which is just, mostly Cherno mechanic. So we can see this is basically like the entrench body is like some block, some damage on top when the enemies attack you. Nothing big, it's okay. I think it's better than our normal attacks. And then we have Pagoda's Glare and Trick Bullets. These are both very good attacks in my opinion. This is another source of AoE, plus it keeps upgrading cards when you play it. Like, if we can find spots where we can play this without getting hit, like we can still use our blocks and stuff, this is gonna give us another form of scaling in form of upgrades. And Trick Bullets is just a decent card, like some damage, draw a card, some extra free damage with Throwing Knife, maybe some synergies if you can get them. And when you upgrade it only costs 1, so very useful there. So yeah, I think that was a very, very good event. We only have 52 max HP now, which is kind of risky, but I definitely feel very strong up against the elites and stuff. So drones, purifier, scouter, as usual. This one can convert your mana into colorless mana. This one just puts lock on you, so we can probably like ignore wall for now, since it needs to be upgraded to like make you immune to lock on. But if we use this once we do have lock on, it removes it, so I'm gonna want to use it later rather than now. So for now, we just want to set up, like we don't really have to care about the purifier because of our 2 grace as usual. So yeah, this Ice Wing. We get the other Jack. We're not gonna be able to use it now that I think of it anyway, but oh well. Because I want Teacher's Dedication for sure. One of the Jacks. And Boundary. Yeah, I should have picked up the other card. It was the free shot, that way I get free shot out of my deck and I still have the Ludovile in the deck. But small mistake, mostly irrelevant, nothing to worry about. And now we're scaling the time pools, we're drawing an extra card per turn. It should be a lot easier to just constantly full block. So yeah, in fact, this is full block. We can gather faith. The reason I'm doing this in this order is because we gain more barrier, like if we have more cards in hand. So doing gather faith first would actually be 1 less barrier rather than 2 more. So yeah, because normally you'd want to play the power that gives you extra barrier on your barrier cards before the barrier, but in this case it doesn't matter. And we could use our splash here to deal 16 in the draw card, but none of them is really like close to death or anything like that, so we can just save it. Maybe when we get the wall or time walk or something, it will help us play our cards along with the extra cards we want. So, or counter the purifier, because yeah, they took some of our mana, transformed it. We're getting hit for 40, which is pretty huge. Thankfully though, I'm pretty sure we have enough block for this. We're probably gonna have to use the splash. Tranquility is happening, 100%. This is 1 mana block for 10, so it's our most efficient card right now, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And if we want a full block, like, we could do splash into the Luna Clock, but we already have all of our full block. We don't know what we're going to be drawing next turn, so I think the easier play is to just do that. Freeze shot. We have full block thanks to the Grace, we don't have to worry about how they hit us. And we're going to be able to start next turn without any of the Purify or other debuffs without issues. Because we're barely taking damage this turn. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is this is gonna be a bit risky, but I don't have attacks on my hand, which means this is gonna upgrade to completely random cards. So if we get lucky, it's gonna hit Time Walk, and I'm gonna be able to play Time Walk. But worst case, we can still play Tranquility to full block here. and it's, you know, decent chunk of AoE damage. Oh, did not hit the time walk, so we just full block. Nothing to worry about. As you can see, this is the cold effect on the free shot earlier. Since we don't have any other sources of cold, you can literally just think of it as deal 9 damage. Don't worry about it. Okay, so our blue mana is gonna be spent on private vision inside of distant blades. So as usual, we do the draw card first. Plus, this is going to kill the purifier. We see what we draw. Nothing relevant, so we just private vision. This blocks half of the damage, and thanks to our spirit, Entrenched Body blocks the other half. We get the time pulse, get the reflection, keep hitting hard. Play only defense, still hit as hard as you can. Feels good. Because yeah, if we were actually worried about the long terms of this fight, we just Wall of Babagra, remove the lock on, but we can just wail on it now. Kill it with the throwing knife, and that's a fight. Okay, so yeah, this is a very good cold attack, but again, like the only cold we have right now is the freeze shots. We don't really have any synergies right now with it. Really not interested in the cold cards, I'm pretty sure. Lunar Cycle could be interesting. It's like 14 block. First time we see it, it's gonna be like not very efficient. Like again, it's gonna be reduced immediately, so 3 mana to gain 14 block and draw a card. But since we have plenty of defensive cards already, we can use those ones while the Lunar Cycle is getting its cost lowered. Sometimes we might even just get it with the Ice Wing to reduce it and ignore it on our starting hand. Yeah, I think this is good enough. Early on, it's not a big impediment, and later on, it's like it lets us block for quite a lot while consuming very little mana. So if we weren't able to set up, we can actually just keep just use all the mana we save from that. So yeah, I'm gonna do the elite now, and we do get Jomu. So sadly, we didn't upgrade the wall. But for later, it's still gonna be good. For later, I mean like when we get a bunch of lock-on us, we can just play it to remove all the lock-on. Okay, so as I mentioned, yeah, I am going to indeed take Lunar Circle. Just leave it there. Like, as usual, consistency I think is more important than just starting to kill her. The starting to kill her part is actually quite relevant on Yomu, because she scales very fast thanks to the lock-on. But since we can eventually just remove her lock-on thanks to the wall, I think I still prefer the Teacher's Dedication. If we didn't have the wall of Babagra, I think I would have just gone double Jack the Ludovile, took some damage on the first turn. But since we don't have to worry about that, I'm gonna keep my tranquility by playing it rather than letting it exhaust. Do the normal setup, not worry about long term. Because we have plenty of things we can do to screw her over one turn. Okay, so same thing here. We can save the wall, no problem. I'm just gonna Princess Undying, Gather Faith, and since I want to keep as much barrier as possible and she is hitting for 21, I'm just gonna pop the free shot with the splash rather than save the energy for later. Okay, so as you can see, our lock-on's starting to go up. Pretty sure I'm gonna play the wall the next chance I get. But another thing that is very good about our deck against her lock-on is that the extra turns make all our stuff take extra times. That includes the lock-on, so it's going to keep going down. Yeah, if I put Time Walk here. So we have a Luna Clock here. Oh, I forgot Time Walk was the last thing I should do. Yeah, I was thinking if I wanted to do the... Isn't my hand? Yeah, if I wanted to sight first. I was thinking maybe not, because I had Luna Clock, so I could do it this turn instead. And in the end, it's not really relevant, because I'm gonna Jack the Ludovile. But yeah, technically, I did miss one Distant Blades. which could have gotten rid of one Grace. She has 3 right now, so I'm pretty sure her last attack gave her Grace anyway, so it wasn't relevant, but yeah. I should have checked first. Still, I do think by accident I did still make the best play, because I wanted to have the Luna clock here, just in case the rest of my hand wasn't good. I could just clock, keep looking for my good cards. But in this case, I have full block. I mean, I'm just playing that for the reflection, by the way, because the full block is from this. And I'm gonna... if I draw the Tranquility, Undying, or Ludovile, I'm gonna be very sad, so I'm actually not even gonna play the Distant Blade. Or the Wall, actually, because I wanna play the Wall next time if I go. Okay, so she just put 2 Shining Swords on our deck. These basically like consume a draw. Because we're gonna draw them, they're not gonna draw an extra card. And they're gonna immediately exile themselves and give us 2 lock-on. So yeah, since the Wall of Babagra is not on our hand, it's very likely that we're gonna like draw these together, which is going to be very good. Because as soon as I get the lock-on, I'll probably be able to play the Wall and just move it immediately. In the meantime, though, we have the... Yeah, like this fight is very formulaic with our deck. We just pop the setup, pop the block, let her kill herself on us. Rather than just have to worry about when we get her. That is quite a problem. Okay, so I am going to Lunar Cycle here, hoping to draw the Wall. So we have 6 lock-on right now. And we didn't. Thankfully we do have a ton of blocks, so I don't think she can hurt us. But that was rather unfortunate. So yeah, pop Freeze Shot, pop Lucky. Yeah, she's gonna chip our barrier a bit, but it's like 42 block and 45 damage. So we're still gonna be fine. And, well, now we get to remove 8 block instead of whatever it was before. So yeah, this is going to reduce her damage massively. Like, we're gonna remove 8 block, and her attacks are gonna do 2 less. So she's gonna go from like 15 times 3 to 5 times 3 now. Yeah, now she's basically neutered. If this was upgraded, the fight would be basically over already. Since it's not upgraded, like, she can technically still hit us every once in a while. Like, if we take very, very long to kill her, it might screw us, but we already have both Ludoviles up. Should not be an issue at all. Yeah, just keep playing our defense. Before I play the free shot, actually, I already have enough block anyway. I'm gonna see what I draw off of this. Sadly, we don't have enough mana for this. So yeah, this free shot for the 9 damage through Grace from the cold when she attacks us. That's very unfortunate. Okay, so the discard a card on Private Vision is an effect, not necessarily a condition as far as I know. So we should be able to just play all of our other cards first. This isn't enough to full block, but if we do this, even if we don't have a card to discard, we should still, yeah, gain the Grace. So we do have full block now. Because we needed all of our cards to full block, but if we had to discard first, we wouldn't get to do it, but since it's not a cost, but rather just part of what the card does, we didn't have any issues. And 36... Yeah, we have exact block, but we really do need to be killing her pretty soon. We have Luna Clock, and we are drawing 6 cards per turn, so it should be almost guaranteed that she dies regardless. So we can full block here. We're gonna have only 1 barrier left, sadly. But this turn and the next should be enough of a combination to kill her. So this is gonna be 33 plus... it's gonna be -1 because we deal damage to her, so 32 plus 6, 38. Which is 71 total damage, so yeah, Luna Clock kills her. The Luna Clock, we deal damage, go down to 32, up to 38, and the turn, and the time lapse skill start. Time pulse, sorry. Tengus Camera, Star Combat, apply to Lokong. That's not very good, but oh well. I mean, it's not a bad exhibit, just not very good for a deck. And as for cards, Time Stop Detect. We have a few extra turns where we don't actually attack match ourselves, like most of our damage comes from the time pulse, so I'm going to actually just ignore this. Normally, like if we were playing knives and we had these many extra turns, it'd be really good, but in this case it's not really all that useful. Most of our cards are good. I don't really think we super need the exile, but certainly the Diamond Breath is not gonna see use on our deck because like we only have one source of gold. So maybe we could pick it up. Like, could let us. I mean, even our worst cards in a way. Well, obviously we exile the Eviction Order for good, but like even our worst playable cards are not even that bad with the Gather Faith and stuff. So maybe we don't even need it. But, well, with curses and all that stuff that can be put in our deck, I think I'm actually going to get up. Like, the damage is not like super relevant, but we can keep exiling cards, make our deck thinner. Should help quite a bit. And then we get to the item trade with Rinazuka. We like both of these. We're going to ignore those and simply exchange the glasses for the console. And okay, so I was trying to find a time where I could do the entire run without any interruptions. That's why it took me so long to do another one of these, because I've actually had a couple of practice runs in the middle. But since we spent so long on Act 1, like we were half an hour in, like after like the first two combats, I think, is I've been explaining more thoroughly. I think I'm gonna do one more combat and then probably there's gonna be a cut so I can continue later, but I'll join the two parts for the video. So yeah, I think I'm going to the top path. There's two paths with Gap plus Elite. Not really super interested in the shop because I'd rather go later when we have a lot more money. Like we're gonna get a decent chunk from one of the elites, and I think I'd rather just do one of the events better than an extra fight. Because we don't really need a ton more cards. Like we have pretty good cards, and the events could have like upgrades or other stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna go to the one that has both an event, a gap, and an elite. Okay, so with our build, these ones should be like very easy. They're not like very strong offensively, so as long as we set up properly, they should not be a problem. We're probably not gonna use either of these, so I'm gonna leave the Time Walk inside the deck. Just get rid of the bullets and do the usual. There's one leftover mana there, but we have the two grays as usual, nothing to worry about. Okay, so can we full block here? Princess plus. Okay, Princess plus Blocky doesn't do it, but Princess plus using Splash here to get the wall actually doesn't do it either. I was thinking Gather Faith into Blocky, but that would require more white mana. So I should have actually spent all 4 blue on Princess Undyne rather than any white at all. So I could have 2 white left to get 2 blue from the splash and just do Faith plus defense. Yeah, that was a mistake. So this one would actually be a 14, 12 would still be 26 damage, so our best way to take less damage is to Black Key and play the pulse. Small mistake there, cost us 2 HP. Hopefully it's not relevant in the future. 2 HP is definitely not a lot, but could be an issue. It's still a mistake even if it's like not super relevant later. Okay, so do we have any way to full block? This is gonna be a 32 damage. I don't believe we do actually, because this costs us 3 right now. So yeah, most block we could get would be like a 24. Okay, so actually, if we Lunar Cycle... Oh, we can't cast Time Walk, it costs 3. Yeah, I think Lunar Clock is our best play here. Just worst case, we Time Walk again. Best case, Tranquility plus any other block is going to be enough to not have to worry about their 32 damage. So... it's actually not good enough either. We're going to lose 2 life from the curse they put on our deck before. But I do get to set up the Gather Faith before Time Walk. We are going to, like, sadly lose our Tranquility, but if I used it now, I wouldn't have any benefit next turn. I really think I need to block as hard as I can. So I don't think we're going to like go through our full deck to get to our Tranquility again anyway. So it shouldn't be any real difference. And we keep getting very few defenses here. Still, I think we can at the very least maybe remove an enemy, and that would help with the blocking situation. So he takes 4 less damage, so this is gonna be 8 plus 2, 10, and 10. Well, and the Time Pulse should be plenty, actually, yeah. So yeah, this enemy should be removed just fine, but that does mean the Grazing doesn't help us block. So hopefully we draw a better block card. We do not. So the thing that deals the less damage to us would be Private Vision, just so we can discard the Dark Residue. Normally I'd exile it with the Hard Slash, but we need the white mana to block. So I discard this. 12 block. The knife is going to deal 2 damage here because of the rock hard, and then the Time Pulse will finish it off at 15 HP. So we're gonna be getting hit by 8 from the butterfly attacks, since the Grace is not gonna do anything against that attack. We're bleeding out a bit. Hopefully it won't be a big issue. We still have plenty of HP, just not like super perfect or anything. We have plenty of defense next turn, so I'm just gonna set up Reflection so we can be sure our enemy dies when it attacks us. But the Time Pulse is... okay, Time Pulse is not gonna be enough because of the extra block she got. So yeah, we get to... yeah, just... this is guarantees the kill actually. Problem Trench Body. 40 Reflection, so this breaks the block. And the 20 Reflection would have been enough, but it doesn't matter. She's gone. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up the money in the card here. And yeah, this is a very easy Luna Silent Moonlight pick. Basically, we really don't need another Hard Slash. Even one was already like kinda doubtful. The Ndeyavu is good for like this kind of cards. Did I skip it? Yeah, the ones that when they enter the hand they cost less. So it's only like we only have the Distant Blades and the Lunar Cycle, so we don't really care that much. Also works with knives actually. When you put them back into the deck with place up to 1 card from the hand on top of the draw pile, it does activate them because they're leaving your hand without... they leave the hand without being played. And they have replenished, so when you redraw them, because you just put them on top and then you draw 1 more card, the replenish means you're gonna draw the extra card anyway. So yeah, the deja vu mostly works very well with the discount cards and perfectly with knives. It's a very good card for knives. But Luna Silent Moonlight is a source of constant block. She's a teammate, which is it's mostly for Chirno, but it's a mechanic that I think all the characters have at least a bit of. Like, I think all of them have access to one exclusive teammate, and there's one or two neutral ones as well. But yeah, this is a Chirno white card, which Chirno doesn't normally get, but it's a very good. I mean, because Chirno starts with blue and green mana, by the way, so that's why I mentioned us getting white Chirno cards could be good. But yeah, this block scales with our spirits. It helps us just always have something available, and eventually, like in emergencies, we can, if we have enough unity, we can -7 it to game flawless, which means that turn we only ever take 1 damage from anything, and it can also help us close out fights with 10 times 3 attack. And the upgrade is also good, like 2 more block every turn, 1 extra time to attack, so 40 damage. Yeah, I think this is a very good card here. Also, we don't have firepower right now, but if we acquired firepower, this would help actually. So if we have 3 firepower, this would deal 13 times 3. Yeah, very easy Luna pick for me, I think. And we're gonna go to the event, and since we get the gain saved here, I'm gonna cut it here, and I'll continue later with the run, and probably just join the 2 videos, so I like join the 2 parts instead of releasing part 1 and part 2 for the video. And we're back on the run. We were on the event here with Kaina. Basically, she asks for 100 money. Gives you 2 options, and if you answer her question correctly, she gives you the options she picked. There are 3 appliances that basically make you immune to frail, weak, or vulnerable. So I think paying 100 for what I consider to be a pretty good relic should be like a very good event. And if we leave, we do lose power, so that's another reason not to. And yeah, since we're on Act 2, we're gonna have 2 options. You can get the event on Act 3, and she'll actually just give you all 3 options. And since 2 of the options are what I'd consider very good for our build, we're actually just pretty much fine no matter what she offers us, because we are gonna be able to get either immune to vulnerable or immune to frail, both of which are like our preference, considering how defensive our build is. Yeah, I pay her 100. We're offered television, which is immune to wick. Fridge, which is immune to frail. So 100% pick and fridge here. Sum of 0, and which of the following numbers is a prime number? Oh. Right, this, hopefully, this isn't one of those things where only 1 is correct, because as far as I know, 4 is the only one that's not correct. But, like, 3 is probably the likeliest to be it if there's something weird with the question, but you know. But yeah, technically, like, since it's the sum of 0 plus the number, both 1, 2, and 3 would be prime. As far as I know, anyway. Then we go to the gap. Do we have any important upgrades to get? Yeah, we still have a few. So that would be Luna, the wall, Jack, or Time Walk, or Undying. Ideally, I think it's going to be Time Walk at this point. Would have been the wall if we hadn't fought Jomujet, which is we already have. The lock-on part isn't as important. And Time Walk really lets us get going with our setups early. Like, spend a lot of mana from the turn on setups than just spend 2 mana on Time Walk, get an extra full turn with setups ready. So yeah, I think that's our best upgrade here. Since we already have like quite a lot of constant value, we'd rather just get more upfront advantages now. Okay, so Nitori. Nitori is an elite that summons one of her drones. Her first 2 turns, she has optical camouflage, so she takes half as much damage. She loses it after 2 turns, but eventually she can regain it. So it's like if you can burst her, like between when the camouflage is gone and when she gets it back, it might be worth it, because that way you don't have her constantly repairing the drone she's going to summon stuff. But the drone is gonna be on the field on like as soon as she does her turn. Like you can see here, she's about to summon, and she's still gonna be camouflage next turn. So the most efficient thing to do tends to be to just burst the drone as fast as you can, and then you just fight Nitori normally. 1v1. Okay, so we have a lot of mana since we came from the gap. I do want to definitely exile our eviction order. One thing we could do if we were like in need of mana is like when you have a card that exiles a card from your hand on turn 1 on Lunatic7, you can just, you know, exile the Long Night. Don't worry about playing several cards, just save your mana. As soon as you have plenty of mana, like the 2 taxes aren't really going to be super relevant anyway. Yeah, I'm just going to Ice Wing. We're going to spend 3 plus 1 plus 2, so that would be 6. Then we might want to entrench for the reflection setup. 8 at most. Instead of this, we could just wall. Yeah, I think we have more than enough mana for everything important. And that way we just set up everything, don't have to worry about future turns. So I'm gonna be picking up the wall here rather than the trick bullets. It's not like damage is like super important right now since he's camouflage, as I mentioned. Yeah, I do that. Be careful I don't spend all my blue and white mana since I need it for my cards. And yeah. Actually, we even get to use private vision here properly. Since we had the 2 grays from the turn 1 Tengus Fang, and it decays only by 1 per turn, this actually basically counters the decay, so we're gonna still have 2 grays on turn 2. Okay, so unfortunately, the first attack that's going to hit us is accurate. So we're basically going to be grazing 10 damage here. So total incoming damage is 28 here. So we have, yeah, we can just Undyne plus Entrench here. And since I kind of want to set up Gather Faith as well, what we can do here is just, you know, not make the mistake I made in a previous combat, I'm pretty sure. Princess and 9. Use the splash, but this time we actually retained our white mana and we can go Gather Faith into the Entrench just fine, without issues. And that is full block for this turn. We set up Gather Faith and we keep going. Okay, so this seems like a pretty easy decision to make. We could just full block, but we can actually just set up everything, get another turn. We don't have much defense here, though. I thought it was an easy decision, as in I was gonna Jack, Luna, and Time Walk to take another turn. But this is actually 38 incoming damage. And we don't really have a lot of defense on our deck, so we would have to draw it. Right now, the only guarantee is 12 from here, 6 from the Luna, so we would have 18 guaranteed block. We'd still be taking 20 damage. So maybe I'd rather just do Tranquility here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so with Tranquility, that means we have 16 incoming damage. I really do want to Luna. That's 6. Yeah, we can do Luna plus double boundary. That means we're not playing Jack yet. So the fight's gonna be quite a bit longer. But we're still like getting more setup, more scaling. The longer the fight goes on, the better for us. So I think prioritizing full block here should be to our advantage. Okay, so as you can see, Nitori is going to go optimal camouflage again and heal. This is going to only heal the drone, like she's restoring the drone, not herself. But the optimal camouflage, I'm pretty sure affects both of them. So if we wanted to like really put the hurt on them, this would be the time to do it. Sadly, it does not seem like I'm gonna have an easy time doing that. So Undyne, for example, would be full block here, but that means we only have 2 mana left for attacks. Actually, since we have Luna here, we already have 6 block, so we can just entrench body. That means we can either pagoda or tweak bullets to draw. Yeah, I'm going to go pagoda. Maybe we even upgrade the entrench for more reflection. And if we're actually going to be likely to upgrade Trick Bullets, because you can see this prioritizes attack cards. So this is very likely to get upgraded, which means it's only going to cost 1. And we're actually going to be able to spend all our power mana. So yeah. Go to Glare. We upgrade Trick Bullets and Black Key defense. This is good enough to full block, so I'll actually take this over the Black Key for the free turn reflection. And we Trick Bullets. We're drawing last, which is technically a mistake, but I don't really think there was... Okay, maybe we would have cast Time Walk, so yeah, don't draw last. This is basically what that amounts to. The only real card we could have played last was Entrench Body, because we did have to play Pagoda's Glare before the Bullets 2 upgraded. But yeah, if I hadn't played Entrench Body until I saw what I drew, I might have actually just, you know, time walked, gone rest of turn, etc. So yeah, that might have been the better play, but no big deal. We're still full blocking, we're still scaling. We can keep going just fine. So we do have quite a lot of defense on our draw pile this time. So I think I am actually comfortable with getting an extra turn, just getting an extra turn if we don't see any other like decent options. And since we're taking 38 incoming damage, we would have to go basically full block to take no damage. And if we're going full block, we have enough block in here anyway. So yeah, I just want a Luna Clock, and since we're gonna have 1 more mana than we need, because that costs 6, I mean that costs 5, we have 6. I'm just gonna Distant Blade first on Nitori since it's the most damage one. And we Luna Clock. Keep scaling with our time pulse, keep, you know, this getting stronger, hopefully. Our attacks don't do any damage this turn, remember, because that's the effect of the Luna Clock, but that's completely fine, because we did this with the idea of fully blocking anyway. Not gonna play this to draw, because whatever I draw I'm not gonna be able to use anyway. And thanks to the teacher's dedication, we're drawing enough cards that we're likely to have useful stuff, even if we have some bad cards in the deck. So drawing just in case we take one of those bad cards out isn't actually like that big of a deal. So 10 times 2, but maybe we can kill her this turn? Okay, so if I trick bullets, that's 12 plus 15, which would upgrade the dagger. That upgraded dagger actually only costs 1 energy, so that would be 16 more damage, and we'd have 1 mana available for hard to accept. That means we can actually just play everything. Plus, the Pagoda Glare is likely to upgrade the slash, taking it to 15, so that would be 15 plus 15, 30, plus 12 plus 16, 58. That should be enough to kill Mitoria. So yeah, we're just going to do that. 3 bullets. Pagoda's Glare to deal AoE damage and upgrade our throwing knife on our hard excerpt. Heart. We do have to exile something. What is our worst card here? I think it's late enough that I'm probably not casting the Jack if I get back to it. So I'm just gonna exile it now. This is likely to just die before we get back to the Jack the Little Ball anyway. And we throwing knife Nitori. And that is Nitori down. We only have the drone left, which should be a much easier fight at this point. If you have the event that gives you the MP gang, like Nitori is actually super free. You just hit the drone once and stun for 2 turns with the MP gang. We didn't have it here, but it's really not necessary. We're pretty strong already in my opinion. So yeah, we didn't really have any difficulties. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna time walk here. So I'm just going for whatever deals the most damage in my hand, which means I'm just playing Silver Limb, since the throwing knife will deal some damage on its own anyway when it leaves our hand at the end of time. When it gets exiled, really, because it's ethereal. And Tranquility here gives us full block. So I'm not gonna make the same mistake I've done before. I'm gonna draw first this time. Yep, Pagoda's Glare into Tranquility seems fine. This is full block. 22 block against 21 damage, and we just keep scaling. We do have Luna available now to finish it when the opponent has 30 or less HP. So we should be aware of that. Worst case, if we had like an awful draw, we also have the ultimate ability available that we really don't need. Because yeah, they're not attacking for much compared to the amount of block we can put up, so we're completely fine here. Yeah, I think this is more the same, like we have Tranquility to full block, so we just spend our mana on our attacks. If we Tranquility though, we're not going to be able to both Pagodas and Heart Serped. So this is technically better because it's the same damage and it upgrades our hand. So yeah, I'm just gonna go for the Glare, the Tranquility, and just Bounder just because, no real reason. Our Luna got upgraded, so now we have 40 bursts. And seeing the time pulses took them down quite a bit. Yeah, with Trick Bullets and Sight of Distant Blade, this is just absolutely guaranteed kill. Just user attacks. We could just scale with Silver Loon and Throwing Knife, but this was the original plan, so Luna deals 40 damage, ends the fight. So we get a Grape, which is whatever, it's 8 max HP. It also like heals you 8, so we are at 40 out of 52. We go to 48 out of 60. Since we actually like had a pretty low starting max HP and we went lower on the Shinmyomar event, the Grape is actually kinda nice, but it's not like super high impact. Yeah, it's nice. We have more max HP for later. So Deflation World is mostly for knife builds. We really don't have anywhere near enough to justify it. Yeah. Kasumi, just constant damage. She's a teammate, so as usual, like how same as Luna here. You play her, she stays in your hands. Yeah, I tend to like her early game because yeah, worst case she is 2 mana, deal 8 damage and get 2 knives, which is already very decent because that's basically 2 mana for 8 plus 6 plus 6. So yeah. And if she stays in your hand for like a single turn, that's already 8 more damage and just 8 every time you keep her. Her ultimate is mostly good on builds that use the card that just keeps adding teammates at random to your hand for the turn, because it's very rare that you actually get enough Kasumi triggers that her ultimate powering up other Kasumis is actually useful. But yeah. It's late enough in the game and we have enough damage and scaling that I feel we don't need Kasumi here. And the Wandering Heaven is a defensive card that upgrades our hand. That I actually tend to like quite a bit. And since we have Teacher's Dedication drawing extra cards plus the Magic Poker, we even get more value out of it. We are gonna have to upgrade it so it upgrades all of our cards in hand before it's actually like good, because the base defense, like 2 mana 12 block, upgrade a single card it's better than a normal block, but it's not like super amazing. But I think it's good enough for now and much better later upgraded, so that I can actually justify taking. Like, if every time I'm offered Wandering Heaven, honestly, unless I have the usual like infinites or my deck is already mostly upgraded, I tend to like getting at least one copy of it, because with a single upgrade, you can actually just start upgrading most of your deck, and we even have even more synergy with it thanks to the dedication and the Magic Poker, because the more cards you draw, the more cards you're upgrading with the upgraded Heaven. So yeah, I tend to like at least one copy of this quite a lot, even more in defensive builds. So yeah, that's a guaranteed take in my opinion. Like in this situation, I take 10 times out of 10. Okay, so computer parts, drinking tea at a cup also grants 50p. It's a power exhibit, which I don't really tend to like very much, as I mentioned. But we do have Soul Gem plus T sets, so going to gaps and healing is already good, so this would make it even better. But Sewing Machine is whenever the defense card is out to the library upgraded, considering we do have like our deck mostly ready, so we're probably not going to be adding a lot more cards. But it's still, I think, much better than the computer parts, because we're more likely to add even just a single defense card to the deck than we are to like need the power for a spell card anytime soon. So yeah, I'm just picking Sewing Machine here. Defensive deck, this upgrades our future defense cards. This seems like a match made in heaven. So, final path. Since we had the event with Kaina here, we don't actually have all that much money. I'm not very interested in going to a shop. We're also slightly hurt, and we're not gonna be getting power because we're already at 240 out of 120. So we have our 2 spell cards saved up. So I'm not that interested in combats, and so I think that the top path is going to be the best choice here. We only have 1 combat before the elite, so we're not like really wasting that much power from combats. We wouldn't have enough money even with 2 combats for shopping, plus the only 2 combats path doesn't lead to a shop anyway. So yeah, I think this is the best choice by far. And this is the event I mentioned that gives us the EMP. Yeah, you can either get the EMP device, Get a curse and 3 random tools, or just ignore everything. I'm not like super interested in the EMP device, but there's some drone encounters on Act 3, and this replenishes, so I really don't see... Like, the only reason I see to say no rather than just get the EMP device for free here is if like you were on a build that already fills up their hand. Like for example, knife builds sometimes have that issue where you have way too many cards in the hand because you're drawing a lot of cards and you're also adding knives to your hand, so there's just no space and the replenish would actually just do nothing. But in our case, we're not drawing that many cards, so I think this is just free. It doesn't bother us most of the time, and when it's good, it's very good. So yeah, just a free EMP device for us. Speaking of which, we can use it immediately. So yeah, this is Purifier, Scouter, and the Kappa. The Kappa's mostly gonna focus on like repairing her teammates, but once you kill these two, the Kappa will start hitting like decently hard. So we do have to be careful about that, because yeah. Plus, if you kill her, these things on your turn, she just swaps intent immediately. It's not like she tries to repair non-existent teammates. So we have to be careful. Like if we kill this and we're not blocking because we're like, oh, she's repairing, I don't need to worry. She's going to swap intent immediately and she's going to destroy us. Yeah, gotta be careful about that. But for now, just open with Icewing. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're getting attacked here, but we do have the 2 Greys though. Yeah, actually, no, but we can Gather Faith. Yeah, we can just Gather Faith here, do Dedication plus Gather Faith. So I think that's better than forcing the Loot of Island to our hand now and just ignoring one of our powers. So yeah, I'm gonna pick up this Stun Blade. This is gonna reduce the cost. Put this on the bottom of our deck, so we'll be able to play it later. And we can simply play Dedication, Gather Faith, and we don't really need to, but take Private Vision just because. Okay, so here we're getting hit for quite a lot of damage, 22 here, 17 here, so 39 total. But we have 3 lock-on, so removing that, since we're getting hit by 3 attacks, will already be minus 9 damage. And then it's 6 further damage reduced by the first part of the power. So this would lower their damage output to 12 here and 12 here as well, so 24. This plus Tranquility is almost full block. Can we full block with Free Shot Tranquility Luna? This was again 39, so this is 6, 28, 42. Okay, so instead of the wall, we can just do Tranquility Luna Free Shots. That might be better. We're not taking 2 free damage. We don't have that much lock on right now anyway. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for that actually. Just prioritize their safety like in the short term, because as I mentioned, with this deck, the long term tends to take care of itself. So that's 42 block, we're taking no damage. We've got Luna set up here. We are getting purified because this didn't hit us, but nothing too bad. Seeing this hand, I think we can just Princess Undying and use the splash to cast Time Walk. Or maybe even just EMP device. Yeah, this gives us a lot of barrier, so I'm interested in doing it already. Because this is the last turn where we had both the poker and the dedication active, so this is pretty much the most barrier the Princess Undying is gonna give us, on top of the EMP device replenish. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna splash to do the Time Walk, but I actually have one more card I can play before that. And I'm basically thinking whether to do EMP device or upgrading the Luna here. And normally I do the EMP, but we already have the barrier anyway, which is going to block most of this. So with upgrading the Luna, we're again getting stronger scaling than our opponents, and Luna plus the barrier is already guaranteed block. So next turn we pretty much get to play both jacks and add some extra block with the boundaries. So we're very unlikely to actually care about the damage the Purifier does here. So yeah, I'm gonna do this. Strengthen our scaling. Play Time Walk. And this turn we're extremely likely to just play both our powers and defense. Yeah, check the Ludabile. Check the Ludabile. Double boundary. This is 22 block against 26 damage, so we're just gonna take 4 points of damage on our barrier, and we're starting to stack our Time Pulse. I'm considering upgrading the wall here with Wandering Heaven. Because we don't really have like any amazing defensive options anyway, and that means we basically don't have to worry about further offense in this fight, because the scouter is basically gonna be useless. Like with the can't be applied lock on the scouter has no additional effects. This is gonna keep shooting at us for tiny amounts of damage, and we get to just kill the Kappa without her attacking before the scouter does anything. So yeah, we're gonna take a bit of barrier damage because it's 14 against 21, and this is only gonna reduce it. It reduces by 6 when upgraded. So are we even? Yeah, we're gonna technically lose 1 barrier, but it's small enough that the upgrade is worth. Actually, we're not even gonna lose that because we have Luna here. So yeah, this is the optimal play for sure. I think. We do the wall, only 15, we have 14 block already plus Luna. So yeah, just full block again, hit with Time Pulse, nothing to worry about. We did get Purified, but considering the damage they're doing, it's not really like worrying. So yeah. Yeah, at this point the rest of the fight is just playing our defense and letting the Time Pulse scale up. So I'm just gonna go through my turns without explaining much more, I think, at this point. Like, the last complicated turn, like, the last turn with any complication at all is probably this one, because we do have, we did get Purified, so we can do like a free shot plus cycle. But we're getting hit for 10 plus 26, so 36. And Entrench plus Lunar is 28. So it's the easiest thing here is just stun this, and the fight is basically over. We just do the block cards that actually hurt our opponents as well. That's the turn. We hit with Time Pulse, this is gonna hit us, get Colds plus the Reflection, and we basically don't have to worry about the rest of the fight. So I'm just gonna play it a bit faster. One small thing, I am trying to separate my damage, since the Time Pulse is gonna hit everyone. I might as well hit everyone as well, so they die faster as a whole, even if each individual enemy is alive for longer. Because I'm not really worried about them being alive for long, since I can block pretty much anything they throw at me. And yeah, just AoE. Hit with Luna. Fight is over. Even without Luna, like, we had 15 Time Pulse already. So we just had to hurt the Kappa for a bit. So, Absolute Zero would have been interesting if we were doing a cold build, because this is one of the best cold cards. So, that's for when we play Chirno, maybe. Depending if I do blue or green. Rapid landing, decent attack, nothing I'm interested on. Our private square is the extra turn I've mentioned before, that whose cost just scales down little by little. We definitely have enough blue mana to pay the triple blue cost, and this starts at, well, technically starts at 9, but again, first time you see it in your hand is gonna be at 8. So we just need like a couple of we just need to see it a couple of times to be able to cast it. And with the upgrades that we could get if we were to use our Wandering Heaven on it, it's gonna reduce twice as fast. So eventually this is gonna be a 3 mana extra turn, and we definitely have like enough defense and other sources of extra turns to be able to scale it down, I think. So yeah, I'm going to pick private square up here. As mentioned, I want to upgrade the Wandering Heaven because like this is a massive quality upgrade here. We go like a single upgrade on this generally means we upgrade like 4 to 6 cards at worst in one fight generally. So yeah, this is, I pretty much tend to like having an upgraded Wandering Heaven in any deck I can get it on. So we have Harano Kokoro here for the elite. Her main thing is she summons the masks and she has Gathering of Dark Emotions. So when she inflicts debuffs on us, her spell card gets stronger and stronger. When she uses her spell card, the damage shows in 2 different numbers, like the base damage, and to the side is the additional damage from Dark Emotions. So do be aware that you actually have to look properly. I've tried to like, do this fight before without taking damage, not noticed that I was getting hit harder than I thought at first, and screwed up, so yeah, be careful with that. Other than that, my plan here is, thanks to the gap mana, I think we can do all the powers we have in our hand and then just Time Walk on top. So for now I don't think I have to do maths. With the Jack here, maybe I do have to. So this would be 11 mana, because the Icewing is already giving us the blue mana. And we're gonna be spending 1 extra because of the Long Night, so let's say I have 10. So this would be 2 plus 4 plus 2. So yeah, I actually have enough mana for the Ludovile here. Plus this is blue, 3 blue, 4 blue, 5 blue, so we do have enough mana for both the color demands and the actual amount demands. So yeah, we can just pick up Ludovile here and yeah, take an extra turn, not have to worry about their attacks yet, and start our turns with like half the powers on our deck setup. Yeah, do this, wall here, Time Walk. We do waste our grace a bit because we're going down to 1 grace now, but we have a massive amount of powers already set up, and so defending on this turn is much easier than usual. In fact, this is 12 damage plus 12, 24, so Tranquility plus Undying just gives us the full block already, and we don't have to worry with any of our other cards. If I were feeling like aggressive, I could have maybe saved white mana, played Splash, and that way I could hard serve the Eviction Order. But we're already pretty much set up to take no damage for the rest of the fight, because the biggest damage that Harano Kokoro has is really the spell card. Other than that, she's a very low damage elite as far as I've experienced. And with the Time Pulse ticking up, our like the AoE is generally gonna clear the masks without too many issues. We do need our second Ludovile though, because since there's 3 enemies, a single one won't actually give us enough Time Pulse to scale. Because remember, the pulse goes down for each target you hit. Also, another good thing about Wandering Heaven here, since we have retain cards like this splash here, this is actually going to give us 1 extra energy when we upgrade it, which is kind of relevant because it does, like, we upgrade our entire hand, get 3 blue mana, and it does allow us to do Jack into another Luna Clock for an extra turn rather than have to worry about blocking. And we do have several block cards we can use next turn, so no issues there. Another option actually could be to just Trick Bullet. We spend 1 mana here, then Gather Faith and the Dagger is the remaining 4 mana. Because we already have a full block anyway, and that gets the Gather Faith set up. And I actually think I'm going to do that. First things first though, let's draw. Because this Trick Bullet is actually free now that I think of it, since the upgrade reduces this to 4 from 5. Okay, we only need 4 mana for the extra turn, so we always do this. And yeah, the freeze shot doesn't really change my play. Trench Body Boundary and Lunas should be plenty of block anyway. Yeah, we just Other Faith. And we can finish this off, so we don't even lose barrier. Just full block the 12 damage coming from Kokoro herself. This is one of the main reasons you have to kill the masks, by the way. The temporary firepower down here doesn't actually bother us that much, so they're weak. But they are more and more debuffs that are stacking Kokoro's spell card, which is going to use in 2 turns. So ideally you do want to kill the masks as fast as possible. But it's not really a big deal. Okay, so Kokoro gave us 2 wick, the mask gave us the firepower down. Yeah, this is 21 to 29 damage total. We actually don't have enough here, it's I think 21... Yeah, this is 21 plus 6, 27, so it's not fully blocked, but the barrier is gonna like compensate for the rest, is fine. And we're setting up Luna as well. That is 5 mana, so we do have 1 free mana to Trick Balls if we want. Since this takes our white mana, remember, try to use the blue mana first. In this condition, it's not really a problem, it's already the most abundant one we have. So it's gonna be the one that gets used first automatically. But be careful you don't get screwed by that. And the Tranquility here is actually great, because it allows us to full block without actually worrying about the... We don't get 10 reflection here, but we do keep our entire barrier. And I don't want the Tranquility to go away from Ethereal anyway, so this is fine. Okay. Full block, keep scaling. Yeah, in the end, our deck like kind of plays itself, so my explanations are being kind of repetitive and not all that interesting. But, well, at least I hope you learn how to get to positions where you can actually play, like you can actually let the deck play itself, because you built it for that. Yeah, we just keep playing our defense, keep hitting with Time Pulse and Reflection. Nothing much to explain about just full blocking while letting your powers scale up. Because here's what I mentioned, this is actually 38 damage. This is damage that can't be grazed on either count, as you can see. It says here that like this is direct damage. I don't think this goes through block or anything. Not sure why it's called direct damage there. But whatever. Yeah, we upgrade our hand. This is teammates are just another reason why Wandering Heaven is good. Since they're gonna stay in my hand anyway. Like, they can stay here until I play Wandering Heaven and upgrade them. And now that was basically a free upgrade in a sense. Free upgrade, I mean. So yeah, this thing is going to die to Time Pulse. So we need to block for 38, we're at 15. So Lunar Cycle. And seeing our hand, The glare is only 13 damage. It's not relevant that it hits the Manreki because it's gonna die to Time Pulse anyway. And it's not gonna be upgrading anything because our hands, well, it's gonna upgrade the Princess Undying, I guess, but not anything relevant for this turn. So I think I'm actually just going to do, yeah, I'm gonna take this chance to do some damage. Since we are already upgrading most of our cards with the Wandering Heaven, I think we can exile the glare for the rest of this combat. And just do free shot to block extra, and we're gonna apply some pull to Kokoro for 9 extra damage later. And yeah, she uses her spell card, 20 and 18. So no big issues there. Every time she does her spell card though, as you can see, she gets the serious buff, so she's gonna be gaining, as far as I understand, like she's gonna be gaining more damage from her Dark Emotions. But by the next time she does her spell card, she's gonna be either dead or close to death, because you know our Time Pulse is already at 22 and it's taken up by 7 since we played both of the Ludoviles and even got to upgrade one of them with the Wandering Heaven. Yeah, so we don't really have like any one power attacks that we're super interested in playing. Like we have those two if we want. Like I guess we can Lunar Cycle regardless. I was about to say like we didn't really need to Lunar Cycle because I intend to get an extra turn, and we're not that interested in playing those. But like there's no real reason not to, I guess. Yeah, we didn't draw any, so it doesn't matter. Just Lunar Clock. Keep scaling the Time Pulse. Yeah, at this point, the extra turns, like you could save them until she summons more enemies if you want. That way you Time Pulse them twice before they act, and it's very unlikely that they survive. But at this point, I'm just playing them to keep scaling the Time Pulse and hitting Kokoro to just finish the fight as soon as possible. Yeah. Other than that, I just play the blocks that also have other effects, like the upgrades or the damage from the reflection or cold. And the fight will end on its own pretty soon. We get Private Square here, and yeah, we can just, like, we're gonna lose Tranquility, but we don't really care at this point. She's dead in 3 turns with the amount of Time Pulse and scaling a half. So yeah, that's 2 turns. And in fact, with the attacks we just drew, we don't even have to get the 3rd turn. We just hit her with this, and the Time Pulse finishes her off now. Actually, funny enough, we could actually just kill her ourselves. So yeah. Didn't even need the Time Pulse. And that's another damageless elite. Thanks to the great combination of setup deck and the Tengus one. Okay, so I'm very uninterested in Winter Resolution. We really don't care about like 1 extra knife. The Tau Fetal movement is 12 block, draw 5, discard any that costs more than 1. And most of our deck does cost more than 1. Like the only things that don't cost more than 1 would be the Slash and the cycling cards once they've cycled enough, and the upgraded Trick Bullets, which are not like super important, and well, I guess the Vanguard's here, and the Vision, but none of those are like super important parts of our deck. Most of the cards we're interested in, which is the setup cards, cost 2 or more, so not really interested in this case. This is good, like as well with knives, because the level 1 knife, like I mean the knife without upgrading does cost 2, so you draw them, you draw extra cards from replenish, then you instantly discard them to do the damage and open up space in your deck. But yeah, not really interested here. I'm basically debating if I get a 3rd Jack or not, and seeing how the fights are actually kinda long, and we're heading into the Act 4 ideally if we can eventually. I think some stronger scaling is probably gonna be good. That way we don't have to last through as many of Sage's artifacts. So yeah, I'm gonna pick up the third one. I don't think I'll be adding any more of them after this though. Yeah, that third jack is probably gonna be our last. So for our upgrade here, generally once you have Wandering Heaven upgraded and quite all your key cards as well, you want to upgrade things that you tend to use like as soon as you can. So like certain abilities, or Princess Undying as well, because those things, like the abilities mostly, you're not gonna see them again once you play them, so you're not gonna have to the chance to upgrade them with your upgrade cards in the middle of combat once you've already like played them once. Like if I play Tranquility on turn 1, eventually I might get it again later and upgrade it later. So yeah, my priorities are generally like on cards that I want to play ASAP without worrying about upgrading them with other cards. And I consider Princess Undying one of them because like I tend to just want to cast this as soon as possible and cast it first, since I want to keep as many cards in my hand before casting it anyway. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the only actually important upgrades we have left are the jacks, the square, and these two, and Dime plus wall. And I think the biggest one's probably gonna be either the Undying or the wall, because having several jacks tends to compensate for them being lower, like being unupgraded. And the square is something that we picked up, like we are fine with it taking a bit longer to give us an extra turn, because we have strong setups and defenses already, so don't have to worry about that. So yeah, I'm gonna be upgrading the wall here, because it's the card that gives us the most urgency basically to play it as soon as we can. And this way we don't have to worry about, oh I didn't draw Wandering Heaven, oh I'm not ready to play it, etc, etc. So, Tenshi. Tenshi is basically a boss that is very good against chip damage, because of what she has here, Heavenly Pitch. Whenever she takes damage, she gains 5 life. So if your deck, like let's say you had an infinite that dealt 5 damage infinite times, you actually cannot kill Tenshi. But the point here is she's going to be healing every time she takes damage, and the damage she takes turns into power that she uses to like spell card constantly and with more strength. So ideally against her you want to be doing big hits rather than several small ones. Thankfully for us, the jacks are actually like all together. We're not gonna get like 3 time pulses that scale individually. So once we have all of them set up, we're actually gonna start dealing damage to her very quickly. But with our deck, the fight is basically guaranteed to last at least a decent chunk of time. So yeah, we're gonna have to be a bit careful with that. Still though, for our first turn, I think it's more of the usual. We have to raise for her 2 attacks. So we just... so just for reference, I'm assuming this is only going to take 1 card because I have the Icewind. So this would be 3 plus 4 plus 2. So that's 9 mana. So we would have 2 mana if I get something off of the Icewind that costs 2 mana, like another Jack. I would be able to play it. Yeah. Speaking of which, I calculated this hopefully properly. So yeah, Jack, wall, and we are already like heavily set up. We have 6 time pulse each turn from the Jack of the Ludovile. We just got hit with vulnerable, and I think she also attempted to frail us, but we were immune thanks to the bridge. So that's one of the reasons why these things are so good. On top of that, one of the reasons extra turns can help you is that this vulnerable is going to go away in 2 turns, but extra turns do help with this. So like if I were to maybe like time walk now, draw Luna Clock and Luna Clock right after, that would basically already remove my vulnerable on its own. But do I need to? Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I'm gonna need to next turn, but this turn I am for sure setting up a bit more. And I want a time walk, so my next card is kind of free. I don't want to be drawing like a card I want to play here, so I'm not gonna trick bullets. Instead, I'll just set up Time Reflection and the Time Walk. Because if I did trick bullets and I drew a card I wanted to play, I would have to choose either the new card or the Time Walk, because I only have 2 mana left. Okay, so this is 24 damage. So I was wondering if I could do like Gather Faith, Luna, and Wandering Heaven for... Well, I actually couldn't do that because of our 1 mana restrictions regardless, so never mind. So I think what I'm gonna do is Wandering Heaven for sure, just to upgrade our entire hand. And now it's a combination of like Lunar Cycle, Gather Faith, and Luna. So Lunar Cycle is gonna happen no matter what, because these two cannot go together, since I don't have enough white mana for that. And I think since this is already full block and I'm not gonna need the extra block Luna can give me, I'm just gonna Gather Faith here. Just to make it easier on us later. We also upgrade the private square, by the way, with the Wandering. So this is gonna be castable pretty much very soon. So she's going to do the Freedom from Worldly Thoughts next turn, which means she's going to get Flawless. And we're only going to be doing 1 damage to her no matter what attacks we use. But we don't particularly care, because we're just going to be trying to scale up our time pulse anyway. So this turn, I'm just going to accumulate some barrier, get a splash to our hand so we can have some more energy later. And I'm going to use Tranquility here rather than Decide, because I don't want to lose one of our strongest block cards. And the 16 damage is like, it would be 11 because she's gonna heal, and it's not really like necessary or even all that relevant. Okay, so normally I'd just do private square here, but since we are not going to be hurting her with the time pulse because of her flawless, since she's basically only going to take 1 damage from each instance of damage no matter what this turn, I'd actually rather just full block, go next turn. Next time we see private square, it will only cost 4. Yeah, we block and draw, nothing interesting. So I just go full defense here. I guess, do I have anything here I'd be bothered by drawing? Yeah, I wouldn't want to draw either Heaven or Luna, so I'm not gonna use the trick bullets. Like maybe if I'd thought about it first, but at this point I'm not gonna use it. So just block us out a second. Also, when she has Flawless, she's still gonna heal regardless. So if you're playing a deck that attacks a lot, try your best not to attack her at all if you can help it when she's Flawless, because you'll basically be healing her 4 on each attack you do. Okay, so yeah, we're getting hit by 26. We have our Luna and our card upgrader here. So the other option would be like Hard Excerpt to remove the eviction order. I'd rather just set up Luna, I think. Mostly just, for when she spell curses rather than... I'm not 100% sure about this one actually. I did want to Wandering Heaven pretty much guaranteed. But I'm not sure how much we need the Luna right now. Because since she's not getting all that much power, she's not going to be hitting us hard soon. So actually, I think I'm just going to do this, so I can exile the order and be sure my deck is a bit more consistent for the rest of the fight. And I can just Entrench Body for the block. One point against this, by the way, would be that the Reflection is actually going to give her a bit more power. But yeah, I don't think it's like a big enough deal to worry about it. So I think I have to Luna Clock here, but that means we're gonna lose her Tranquility. If I went full block, that would be 16 plus 23, so 39. She would be getting through all of her block and most of her barrier if I just did that. But maybe it's worth it, since it also allows me to hard excerpt the Silver Loom, which I'm very unlikely to use. And maybe I can just combo the extra turns later to kill her with Time Pulse. So yeah, I'm actually gonna sacrifice my barrier here, just so I can keep the possibility alive that I'll chain extra turns to burst her down before she's a problem later. Yeah, that means playing Tranquility, Boundary, Slash to exile the Loom. The EMP device again doesn't really need to be exiled because it replenishes, so nothing to worry about there. Even at its worst, it's just a free cantrip. So yeah, she hits us here, down to 1 bear. Okay, so I really want to draw here, because if I get the private square, I'm pretty much guaranteed to play it. And if we go full defense, I think we need to, like, if I draw, I'm kind of risking it. Oh, but worst case, we have our splasher. So yeah, since this doesn't require white mana, we could just do a Luna, Black Key, and Trench without issues. So I think it's fine to, at the very least, do 1 draw here. And we don't get the card I wanted, but should be fine to use Luna, Black Key. And since this is not even close to enough block, I am going to use the splash here to play both entrenches. And now we are fully blocking this 42 damage attack. And at this point we have 53 scaling by 9 each turn. She's at 105, even a single extra turn just finishes this. Yeah. The private square, doesn't matter what other cards we have. Time Pulse this turn plus the next is enough to kill her. We could even, you know, play Luna for some extra damage. It's only 20 because it's 5 times 4 since she's healing. But yeah, doesn't really matter. And turn. Time Pulse finishes it. Yeah, this is a very strong. Oh, this is exciting. Okay, so I'm gonna go over the other boss relics first. So this beautiful plate adds white to the mana base at the start of play for first turn. It upgrades 3 random cards. This is very good for decks that haven't had the chance to get many upgrades and have like important cards on the opening hand. Like maybe you have an innate card that you want to upgrade most of the time, stuff like that. So yeah, that's 3 free upgrades for combating away. Then there's Stone of Fire, just you gain 2 firepower and 1 refracted sunlight at the start of the fight. Red mana. This is a firepower focus relic. Really nothing that interests us super hard here. But this is the Ice Skill card I've mentioned before. Adds blue to the mana base, and after an ability card is played, 2 random cards in our hand are gonna cost 1 generic mana less. So yeah, with how many abilities we have, we used to like set up in the early turns and stuff, this is going to allow us to set up extremely fast with a lot more ease. Since like we maybe like play 1 jack when it's using hand, this suddenly goes down to 1 blue. So this play being 1 blue, we play it, we spend 1 mana to use it, and reduce 2 mana from the cost of other cards. Just start generating mana everywhere and set up very easily, very fast. Yeah, this is a perfect relic for our deck. And, well, at this point I really wouldn't be bothered by getting a 3rd color. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'd prefer it, since, again, off-color cards tend to be very strong in my opinion. But this relic is just so good on our build that I think it's the pick pretty much no matter what. Yeah. This would be white and this would be red, so the white is like doesn't really help us in that aspect. And I'm very uninterested in some extra firepower at this point. So yeah, even if I prefer to add an extra color to our deck, the Ice Skill here is guaranteed to be the best card pretty much. Okay, so nice recursion. Just, you know, the more knives you use, the stronger this gets. Nothing really all that interesting. We're not really using that many knives. Frozen Orb, this is a Cherno card. Decent on cold builds, I believe. Not amazing, because the starting effect is like even upgraded. This is 3 mana for 12 damage in the cold being with it being accurate, which is decent, but markedly worse than cards like, for example, Blizzard, which do that, but also like repeat it the next turn. But this one specifically is a burstier version because it does add 2 ice bullets to hand. Lets you like stack cold really fast. We're not really worried about this right now. This is the one card that we might actually get on our deck this time. So basically, Reclusive Sage, at the end of Sakuya's turn, add 1 False Moon to the draw pile, and the False Moons are cards that, for 1 blue, they copy a card, and the copy costs 0. That's basically it. It's, if we upgrade it, because we do have Wandering Heaven, so maybe it happens, this costs 0 as well, instead of 1 blue. So yeah, this is basically a massive inevitability booster. This copy is pretty much... this is basically like, you get to play a card in your hand for free, and you don't actually lose the card when you get the False Moons. The obvious cost is that, you know, it is a 5 mana card that does nothing the turn you play it. But yeah, this pretty much gives us the final point of inevitability we needed. It lets us copy the extra turns, lets us copy the teammates, we can copy abilities. Yeah, it's really, really good in my opinion. Like, it's definitely good enough that we're taking it. And I'm pretty sure that with this, our deck is completely sealed. Like, we don't need any more inevitability. Our defense is solid, we have extra turns. I think at this point, like, all my needs are met, and I would need to see insanely good offers to even consider adding any more new cards to our deck. So yeah, my priorities at this point are shops to remove cards, because we still have some basics, and elites for exhibits. So this path gives us the choice of either or, and it doesn't have all that many fights. At this point, since we're not interested in adding more cards, like, that means we're not really interested in getting many more fights either. Like, we can mostly just go to the end if we want right now. Speaking of which, this is Remilia. In Lunatic, I believe she only has 5 stacks of her ability rather than 7. And her Ignite basically is Crimson Fate, I believe it's called. You can only play as many cards as the stack she has each turn. So normally she has 7 stacks, so you can play 7 cards per turn. And once you do, she ends your turn automatically. Like, you don't even get to maybe activate spell card or anything. No, she just ends your turn automatically. And in Lunatic, it goes down to 5, so only 5 cards per turn. Thankfully, we're not playing like a deck that plays a lot of cards per turn. We just play like a bunch of defense cards, like 2 to 3 defense cards, and generally, she might screw us over on our first turn when we're using all of our huge mana reserves from coming from a gap, and might not let us fully set up how we want to. But she should actually be one of the easiest bosses for us, I think. So yeah, at this point, we have Remilia as a pretty easy boss for a build. We are very happy with our deck. I'm actually gonna try to avoid as many fights as I can. Like, if I am forced to fight, I'd rather have it be against the elites, since the rewards might actually be worth it. So yeah, I'm gonna go to the double event path here, almost guaranteed, just to, you know, avoid fights. And on Act 3 here, like, there is a chance that we get a Dormy event that just lets us skip the rest of the act, instantly teleport to the boss. And considering, like, that I feel our build is definitely strong enough to handle it, I think I would actually take that. Normally I choose our second option, which if we get the event you'll see it. But I'm pretty sure this is good enough that I'd be very happy if we got it to just skip the rest of the act. Like, give ourselves as few chances as possible to fuck something up, basically. Okay, so Crow Tengu. This thing has Apex Pister, which means the first card we play each turn, she's going to deal 10 attack damage to us. Thankfully our Grazing does block it, so I don't have to worry about it this first turn. But I actually tend to forget this quite often. and wouldn't be surprised if I took some damage from it this fight. Yeah, on this first turn, we're gonna be grazing this crow, and we're gonna be grazing her first activation, so we only have to worry about going like Teacher's Dedication and Time Walk maybe. We'll see depending on what we see on the next one. Also, for reference, this does take like a turn, her turn to recharge, so if we activate it and we take an extra turn, it's not gonna be active on our extra turn. She has to actually take an action for it to happen again. So yeah, chaining extra turns against her is not going to screw you over or anything. But yeah, we're going to be doing anything here. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna play either of these, but you know, I want to be reducing this, the cost on this as soon as possible, so I'm just gonna put it in my hand. Place an attack. Yeah, just go this. Because you can see, like, we got to cost reductions, but in this case they're not like important or anything. If we had gotten a reduction on the wall rather than the square and the free shot, I might have actually taken it. But yeah, right now I'm just trying to set up. I'm just gonna time walk here. Get rid of the curse and just, you know, start my next turn fresh and ready to do our thing. So we don't have the grace anymore, so we don't have to block this, but that should be pretty easy. So yeah, if I use the Princess Undyne to block, I can use the splash to do Jack plus Gather Fate here. So I won't be able to play Luna, but I think that's fine. Because this is, if we take the splash, this is basically 2 mana, 2 and 2, so yeah, that's 6. We don't get to play Luna in any case, but I'm not worried about that. So yeah, let's just Princess Undyne, play the splash, Gather Faith, Jack the Ludovile, set everything up. Oh, I forgot about, yeah, I literally just talked about this. Yeah, the ice scale is reduced our stuff when we play the Ludovile and the Gather Faith, so we were actually guaranteed to be able to play the Luna. That is my mistake. However, it's not all awful. We get to play Private Vision here anyway, which means we conserve our full barrier. We don't take any damage from the scroll. But the optimal play would have been remembering the ice scale was going to reduce our costs and being able to play Luna there. Okay, so against the Tengu, you pretty much always want to start with a block card if you can, because of the Apex Feaster. However, in this case, the Jacks I have here are going to be reducing the costs of our other cards. So in this case, I'm gonna like use my barrier to block. And I'm gonna start with these, since that allows me to play pretty much almost my entire hand here and get plenty of block anyway. Yeah, that is full block. We lost a bit of barrier, but I think it's worth it to be able to play our entire hand because of the order we played our cards in. Okay, so we're getting hit for 10 here. Reclusive Sage, if we play this, the rest of the fight should be pretty much free. And we do have enough mana to do Wandering Heaven, blocking the 10 damage here, and giving us some more barrier so we don't take a hit from the crow. And upgrade this so it gives us 1 Moonging immediately on our drop out. So yeah, I think that's the better play here. It's this, to Sage. And at this point, we can basically play our cards at random, and if we're not like intentionally throwing or getting hit by the Apex Speedster, it should be extremely hard for us to like get screwed here. Unless we get a turn like this, huh? Okay, so the thing here, thankfully, is we do have to like take some damage from the Apex Speedster. Oof, this is a really rough turn. I'm wondering if I should just spell card. No, I don't think I need to. So what could we draw here? Yeah, we have a ton of curses in our deck actually. Then So we do have like a ton of draws that could help us here, and the idea is like anything we draw we can play for free with False Moon. So I'm gonna start with the block card here, just so I don't take damage from the Speedster, and hopefully we'll be able to get out of this one. So yeah, this is gonna take me 2 mana, so that's a shame, but I do think it's worth it. If I draw something good, I'll be able to copy it, and if not, I'll most likely copy both copy the Silver Bloom twice, get rid of the Grace, then get rid of the Crows. We would be taking 19 damage from this, but if we didn't start with the block cards, we would be guaranteeing 13. So I think the risk of taking a small risk of taking 6 more damage is worth not taking a guaranteed 13. Yeah, let's try this. If we go for the Silver Loom play to kill everything, we're not actually gonna care about the Grace, so I'm just gonna focus on the Tengu, then on the Cross. And thankfully we do get Luna Clock here, so nothing to worry about. Yep. So we create a free copy of Luna Clock. Since I'm already on this, should I Silver Loom? No. No, because they're grazing, it's only gonna be some damage on this. So I'm actually gonna just be playing the... Actually, rather than just playing Boom Boom Arrow and exiling one bad card, I would rather add one good card. Oh, I can't, yeah. Just reminder to myself as well, apparently. The copies can't be copied. Like, you can see here, where is it? Oh, here. You can't choose copies for this effect. So you can't copy copies with the False Moon, which means you can't copy this here. But also, as you can see, if the target card is an ability or has exile, the target card also becomes a copy. So that means we can't like make 20 copies of Luna Clock. So yeah, I wanted to like copy Luna Clock here just so we could have more extra turns in our deck the next time we cycle through it. But seeing as that's not a possibility, I'm just gonna Boom Maru and take the extra turn. And now the Time Pulse is going to kill the Crows. One dies this turn, the other one's gonna die next turn. As I mentioned, you can see here this has already occurred and will be refreshed the next time Crow Tango acts. So now we just have to worry about blocking the damage that is incoming from her currently. And okay, since our ability is very likely to reduce at least one of our defenses, I'm gonna start with this. I'm actually like normally I would just guarantee full block with playing all of my defenses and maybe a curse. But since we have the ice skill, I think this is fine. Yeah, this plays for free. This plays for 1. And we get to full block without issues. We are even reducing Private Square this turn. And the next time we draw it, we could easily just play it. But I do not think the fight will actually last that long, because yeah, as long as we full block here from the Apex Speedster, yeah, we can just... Actually, yeah, for reference, you don't actually have to play cards, remember that. So, I know that my Time Pulse is gonna kill her in 2 turns here. So, let's say I didn't have this Princess Undyne, I wouldn't have a card that full blocks the 15. That's fine. Just pass the turn, she's not attacking, Time Pulse kills her next turn. Don't need to worry about anything. And there you go. So yeah, against the Tengu, not playing cards when you have something that's already dealing damage to her automatically, completely fine if it fits the situation. So, I'm not interested on any of these cards. We already discussed Private Vision before. Tranquility is not bad. I don't think I need a second one, however. I really wouldn't want to like be super attached to having to play this every time I drew it. And Floating Ice is mostly useful with things like the Ice Wing. Like you use this to put an expensive use the Ice Wing to put an expensive card on the bottom, then you Floating Ice and you can play it for free. But we only have basically our starting wing, so I'm not actually all that interested in floating ice. This is better on builds for Chirno generally that put a lot of, like, you generate a lot of ice wings and you get to choose what you put on the bottom relatively often. So yeah, not adding any cards on this one. Let's go to the events in the shop. Okay, so Wadatsuki no Toyohime here, Emissary of the Moon. She's basically given us like two options that both interact positively with colorless mana. We don't really care about colorless mana, we are fine with our 5 and 2 mana base. A warning, in case you come here with colorless mana and you're interested in these, you do need to play colorless for this. Notice that it has the symbol for colorless rather than just a number. Like, you can't play any mana to play this. You have to specifically pay a colorless mana. So we wouldn't actually be able to play this. And I think I mentioned this last video, but just in case, Pure removes all colored mana symbols from the cost of the card. This means that this actually would cost only 2. It doesn't turn them into colorless, it outright removes them. Because that's something I didn't catch the first time I read the card. Yeah, just remember that. So like Jack the Ludovile would be free if we gave it Pure, for example. And this would be, you gain Misfortune and 16 max life. Maybe if you're doing a Misfortune build, like you have the relic that gives you extra max HP, and the one that gives you, what do you call it, strength and firepower and spirit. Maybe you care, but in most of the time on this event I just skip it. I've done removing purity before. It does help with things like infinite combos. Like if you have, if you're relying on cards that have colored costs, like to draw cards from your deck, for example, and you make them pure, you can basically draw infinite cards sometimes. And if you have a lot of colorless mana, and you're playing like a couple of big important colored cards, maybe multicolor even, this can help you actually just cast them more consistently. But normally I just ignore this event. Empty node, I didn't see anything, let's keep moving on. And we have the job interview here with the small mates here. This is basically you get 3 choices and you can choose to leave as well. And these 3 choices tend to cost either 10 or 10, not tend to, always cost either 10% or 20% of your HP, depending on what they are. I believe the exhibit and the 2 tool cards are the only ones that cost 12. Everything else costs 6. And remember, you're always going to have to pay 6 life to get out of here, so don't overspend. But yeah, these exchanges are generally pretty efficient. In my case, normally I just leave, but I am tempted by this exhibit because 12 HP isn't much, so I think a random exhibit is worth the 12 HP. And we get TNT, so at the start of our 4th turn we deal 25 damage to every enemy. That is actually kind of helpful. Okay, finally, since we are heading into a shop, I am going to do one more for Fortune, since 160 isn't that much money, but 260 is a decent enough chunk. And now I'm tempted. Okay, so picking up another exhibit could be very good, but like we're going down to 30 HP, that starts to actually be very risky. However, I do see that we have on this path here like single combat before a gap, and then we can choose to do an elite or a normal combat, so I don't think 30 HP is going to get us killed if we go to a normal combat here. And if we get to the gap and we decide that we're not strong enough for an elite, because like let's say we lose 15 of that HP here and we arrive here with only 15, we do have the option to just do a normal combat rather than an elite. So because of that, I am going to get one more exhibit here, because the exhibit option tends to be very good. But I think the optimal play might be not to take it, just leave here. But, you know, it's also like a very good rate, 12 life for an exhibit here. So I am going to take it here because, specifically, we have a very easy path we can take later if we feel like we're bleeding out too much HP. And it actually pays off absolutely massively. We get the Ultramarine Orb Elixir. Next time we die, we revive with 50% health, and that health becomes our maximum. Like after this exhibit has taken effect, our maximum health is reduced by 50%, and as a bonus, we also gain 2 firepower. So yeah, if we die, we would revive with 30 max HP, and and we will revive with full HP. Yeah, we already have enough money. Like, if we had plenty of HP or sustain options, maybe you could get 100 more money here, but we already have plenty. We've already bled out half of our HP on this node. I think we just lose 6 more and get out of here. And we go to the shop, move on with our lives. Pretty happy that we got 2 very good exhibits for our 24 HP and the money to spend here. In fact, I see something here that has made it all worth it, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so... Ooh, okay, so... I did want to remove here, but notice we have 262, and I do want this relic. When acquired, we gain 4 maximum life and heal to max life. This would basically make all the HP we spent before pay off here. Sadly, this would be 265 total. We're 3 short of that, so we can't do it. However, since we do have the membership card here, 160 plus... okay, so if we do 60% of this, that would be approximately... Whoa, it's... Yeah, so this leaves us with 101 coal money, and this would cost like slightly below 100, I'm pretty sure. Didn't do the exact calculation, but I estimated around 90 something. So let's actually do the maths here. So it says 40% cheaper, so we pay 60% for this. So that'd be 16.5 times 6. So that is 96 plus 399. Okay, so yeah, we would have enough money for both of those. So since we really want the cookie here, that basically removes any risk of the run going badly anymore. And we don't really like removals would be nice, but we only have like 3 basic cards in our deck. We're not like in desperate need of removal. I think I am going to pick these 2 up. Membership card, cookie for 99 as just like we calculated, and we move on. Full HP, 64 HP, happy and ready to face our boss. Okay, so this event is always Sumirako. She gives you either an option to trade 125 money or one of your rare cards in exchange for 3 rare cards. The cards she offers you are always the same for both options. Like they are random on each run, but you're not gonna get different options for the trade than you are for the money. So if we paid her 125, we would still be getting these 3 options. I like my Reclusive Sage a lot. I really don't want to exchange it for for like another card, and none of these are particularly useful either. So that's even less reason to exchange it. So I'm just gonna move on here. The closest thing would be Perfect Servant maybe, and yeah. This is a slow card that doesn't really help us with our gameplay, so not really interested. Yep. So I'm going to pass on her trade. She is the second to last step of the chain quest to get to the Act 4. So we give her our game console. She gives us some eye cream from the outside world. And now we can move on. I'm still going to go to the same path just in case, but it's a lot more likely that we go to the elite now. So 3 drones, as I mentioned, we do still have throwing encounters on Act 3. So if we end up getting the EMP, we might just spend the 2 remaining charges here, if we're able to. So, we're getting hit for 32, that cannot be graced, importantly. So, since we can only block for 12 here, I'm pretty sure we're either gonna get a turn off of the Ice Winds or actually just have to use our spell card here. So, for reference, the upgrade for this gives us more mana, and I'm pretty sure we're always playing the Wandering Heaven, so I'm actually gonna be doing this first before anything else. Upgrade our entire hand, and now Icewind gives us more mana. And we don't get any extra turns here, which means that my turn is going to probably Teacher's Dedication, Jack, and the Spellcard here. And so since I'm not going to be able to play the Jack the Ludovile here, I'm just gonna pick up Free Shot. Because even with the Ice Skills, which remember we do have those, this is way too much blue mana. We only have 4, and we would need 5 to do both Jacks and the Dedication. So yeah, I'm just gonna ignore it right now. Jack the Ludovile, Teacher's Dedication, and what we do get, you know, some extra damage thanks to the Ice Skills mana discount. But I do not want to take 20 damage here, so I'm going to use my spell card. And this is a lot better. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna set up a bit more. I can use Jack here. With any luck at all, we will hit. No, that's not necessary, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna Princess Undying first, get the most barrier possible. And now basically, we play Jack the Ludovile. If we're gonna play the Splash regardless, so I'm just gonna do it now. If we get lucky, at least one of the reductions falls on one of these cards, and yeah, that way we just get to play our full setup. Sadly, not the EMP device, but you know. Yeah, we could maybe play Luna and EMP to stun one of those, but I think just the extra turn is better here. We already have a lot of Jacks stacking up, so this just pretty much finishes our setup for the rest of the fight. And from next turn onwards, I'm pretty sure we're guaranteed to win with taking none or almost no damage. Yeah, I can actually just abuse my extra turns to play Gather Faith because we have enough mana for everything. Okay, since we got both blocks reduced here, okay, since we have the block reduction and the Luna block here, I think I'm actually fine with just playing the wall and playing these blocks. And Luna will block for 6 more. This will be 20. We'll only be taking 7 damage on our barrier, and we can save the Luna clock for when our time pulse is stacked up harder to actually kill everything. Yeah, barrier is a resource just like HP, but it's even more disposable. We are so close to winning already that the Reclusive Sage is not really necessary. We're just gonna let it exhaust. Just go ahead and Trench Body twice. Each of them is 12 block, each of the enemies is attacking for 12. I'm just gonna Distant Blade to make the fight go faster, but this is basically already over. We don't have anything to worry about at this point. That's that, and Luna kills the other one next turn. Well, we are gonna need help from the Time Pulse since it does get the defensive magic block, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah. down to 15, our time pulse hits for 17, and the turn, it dies. We didn't even need to use our EMP device, so I guess it just stays in our deck for now. Okay, another Luna. I don't think I won the second Luna, but maybe I do. Okay, yeah, these two cards are actually tempting enough to add. The thing about the second Luna is, one Luna is nice, like it's on chip block, like contributes every turn. It's hard to, like it makes it a lot easier to full block. But two of them just start making some turns that you don't actually have to block at all for yourself. They just give you all the block you need. And it does mean, like, on long fights, you can burst the enemy down for 80 damage at the end. Just close the fight pretty quickly. And while I'm not really worried about most of the fights, and we do have an advantage against Remelia, I feel like a second Luna would pretty much close the deal entirely, just let us deal with Remelia with zero problems. And since she's the only part of the run that could be kind of sus, I think, I think the second Luna is good enough to put in the deck. So we got an event. I don't really like this event here. So Lily gives us either full heal plus some maximum life in exchange for adding a misfortune to our deck. It gives us poison. Poison is especially bad for us because this is not blockable, we just lose life directly. Or we can lose some life in order to add Lily of the Valley to our deck. Like, worst case, like if you have enough HP, you can just refuse, get the Lily. It does replenish, so it doesn't occupy space in your deck, and you get some free energy out of the deal. But we're not like super interested in it, but I guess it's better than nothing. Like, certainly better than adding the poison to ourselves. Yeah, we're gonna take the Lily and move on with our lives. We're only missing like 13 HP. We don't need to worry about healing. So, like I mentioned, we can't upgrade though. Yeah, we didn't get money from the. We barely got any money from the fight, and we can only upgrade basic cards. And I'm not really interested in upgrading like one of these basic cards. So we don't really need to heal, but it's free. And Yukari is the final part of our exchange quest. We got the border sensor. And that means we can go to Act 4 now. I'm not sure if that option appears several times in a single run. So if it does, ideally you would just exchange it on the last cap rather than here. But if it only appears once, like you obviously have to do it now. I have not actually tested that so far. But yeah, doesn't really matter. The previous relic was not awful, like 2 HP every fight. It was some sustain, but we don't really need it, it's fine. I'll probably experiment when I'm not doing one of these recorded runs. We go to the elite. Clumpis, she's a summoner. Just puts down a bunch of fairies that are gonna give us a lot of energy. You can generally spend tons of energy in this fight without running out, because when she summons, they're all going into lunacy, and this madness is going to start giving us energy every turn. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a reclusive sage here, and we get to just. Because generally you want to, like, since we have the ice skills, we want to prioritize the powers that have the most color costs first, because those can't get reduced. So, start with Jack. That reduced the... That was weird. I guess this maybe takes precedence over the reductions. Whatever. But yeah. Do Teacher's Dedication. Reclusive Sage. And thanks to all the reductions, we have enough mana that we could play our entire hand, but we don't really. I mean, I am going to play most of it, but like this because it's ethereal, this because of the reflection. I don't have any reason to play the black keys, so I just do this so I can conserve the grace for next turn. Since remember, it only decays by 1 each turn, and since we already have 2, playing that means we keep 2 for this turn. Yeah, goes down to 2 now. So, yeah, I think we have so much mana and scaling that we don't actually have to worry about these ones mostly. Like, we can do our thing without thinking much. Like, I'm just gonna Princess Undying, Jack, Wall. If it hits this, I don't even have. Yeah, I don't even have to use my splash. If it didn't hit the here with the reduction, we just played splash and time walked. And yeah, just keep scaling up, dealing damage. We do need like a ton of Jack stacks to actually get the counter stacking up. Because remember, this is 4 enemies, so we're losing 4 time pulse every turn. But yeah, this is going to be a Luna Clock, so I'm just gonna play as many cards as I can before playing the Luna Clock. That means I'm playing Jack here, Luna, and I mean we could play the EMP device just in case. We're gonna like keep it. It's not like really important, but no reason to use it either. Actually, like, yeah, there's like at most like 1 more fight that could happen, I think, so let's just start getting rid of it. And we do Luna Clock, go to yet another extra turn, keep hitting the time pulse. We got our exhibit rock on TNT. And one thing that I forgot to mention that's also good about the false moons, not only can you like clone the teammates normally when they're in your hand, but since we're already summoned the Luna here, she's gonna stay in our hand, so we can just clone our already evoked, already summoned teammates. So yeah, that's actually what I'm gonna do here. So I'm pretty sure I have. Well, this is 10, 12, 22. This is 40. They are hitting us for 12, 23, 34. Actually, they're hitting for 51. So if I do 10 plus 12, 22, 30. Okay, I might lose a bit of barrier, but if I clone the Lunas, they're also gonna give me block, so I don't actually have to worry. Yeah, clone Luna. Got a new one. Yeah, without the clones block, we might have to clone one of the defense cards, but in this case, we have enough mana that we don't have to worry about that. And this isn't gonna actually do any damage, but what we can do here is do this to upgrade some of our cards, and this to remove the Silver Loom from our deck for the rest of this combat. Okay, and now we have enough retain cards that we should actually like maybe be careful with our maximum hand size. So that's actually another reason to like not like exile and use the lilies and the EMP device. Okay, so yeah, not much to do here. Like we have plenty of mana, so just do this. I'm going to want the Lunas to block a lot, so rather than copy a Luna, what I'm gonna do here is copy one of my powers. Right, abilities do turn into copies as well, not just cards that exile. But yeah, as you can see, I was pretty sure these work with Spirit. That's weird. They do work with firepower, so it's kind of weird that they don't gain extra block from Spirit. I was sure they did, but apparently I was wrong. Still though, I still want to use them. Gonna Trick Bullet here just to draw a card. We got the Heart Slash. And yeah, since we have like 4 Lunas giving us block here, this is 24 plus 6, 30. They're hitting for more than 30, but we are going to kill this one. So let's say we do this here. So this is 35. So if we just do this for 1 more Luna, this is full blocking. And next turn we're gonna have Yeah, in 2 turns actually is probably the moment. We're gonna have every Luna at 3 loyalty, so that'll be like around 200 damage if we activate all of them. And since now I have 5 retain cards because I have 5 Lunas, I'm really just going to play this for nothing, just so I have more open space in my hand, because I am running out of hand space. And with the curses, as you can see, like they are kind of screwing us out of card draws as well. So I don't want to just randomly lose life, and they're only hitting for 17, which is literally not even close to a problem. So I'm just gonna get rid of the residues. Dark energy from here, rainbow from here. That's what allowed us to play the curses because of lunacy, as I mentioned before. So yeah, this in here, and well, we're going to be losing our tranquility, but it's not a big deal. So seeing as we're drawing 6 cards per turn because of Teacher's Dedication, I'm actually gonna use one of the Lunas already, exile her, because the loyalty goes to the unity goes to 0. That way we have 4 cards and 6 open slots for the 6 cards we draw each turn. And we're still full blocking right now anyway, so nothing to worry about. As you can see, Clownpiece has a countdown 1, so she's gonna use her spell card again, which is going to resummon even more fairies. But at this point, our time pulse is stacking up so high that the fairies don't actually worry me. Yeah, that's gonna be instant down here. Upgrade random cards. Go next turn. Nothing to worry about. So if we draw an extra turn now, the time pulse from this turn and the next should kill them or get very close. And after that I can just draw both Lunas. But we mostly draw curses though. That's actually rather unfortunate. Thankfully, thanks to the barrier and the amount of Lunas we have, we are unlikely to take damage. But it is still like a bit of an issue. By the way, lunacy is the curse from we get from Clownpiece right now. There's other sources of it, but it's kind of her thing mostly. But yeah, if she gets 4 of these in our deck, regardless of whether they're in hand, drop, or discard, we just lose 20 life outright, ignoring block or anything like that. So yeah, try and get rid of these if you can. Like, since the only card I can actually play here is the Wandering Heaven, I have no issues with that. Okay. Luna gives us a ton of block here. We hurt all of them quite badly. I mean, the actual damage wasn't much, but we removed the barrier from all of them. And yeah, we drew our false moons, but we're still not drawing X. Oh, yeah, this isn't looking as good as I thought. Thankfully, we have enough time pulse that these will die in 2 turns, and we did draw some block, so we get to just do this, and we clone the entrenched bodies here. So we are still not taking damage this turn. And next turn, with the time pulse, Clownpiece is going to be the only remaining fairy alive. So we don't have to worry, but the situation was getting worse, to be fair. Yeah, we block too much, thankfully. Now each of these is going to take like 1 hit, so we can just go ahead and use the Lunas. And this is basically guaranteed to end the fight along with our time pulse. She's below 50 now, so time pulse will finish her. But, you know, Luna's done a lot of work, let's give her the kill. And that is Clownpiece gone. Betrayed by her own Fairy of Light friend. Because we get Tactical Conductor here, which is an extremely good exhibit on some decks. basically makes your skills cost 1 less. Sadly, I don't think it's very gonna worse. It's gonna reduce our time walk here, the Luna clock, and is that about it? And the private square, but it's 1 mana out of 9, so not a big deal. So yeah, sadly our deck is not like super good for it, but for future skills we're offered, like if we're offered, let's say, a card draw that costs like 1 colorless energy or something like that, we can, and it's a skill, we can remember that for us it's gonna cost 0. Yeah, this is a very good deck for decks with, I mean, a very good relic for decks that use skills. Okay, so like I mentioned, I don't think we need any more jacks. We have plenty. This uses Call, so not interested. This is just a free attack that applies quick when you upgrade it. Not interested in any of these. Let's move on. Get ready to just finish the run by now. So these are both energy relics, but this activates when we take damage the first time each combat. Well, this basically has a 12-turn timer, and if the timer is at 5, or at 5, 9, or any number in between, we gain 2 green energy those turns. None of them are like super amazing, but among them, I think Sunflower is better for our deck. Keystone, like there's some decks that do self damage and stuff like that can use it decently, but ideally our deck intends to take no damage. And if we set up the Sunflower properly in our next combat, maybe we can have it ready for the boss or something. Okay, so yeah, final path choice here. Like we barely have money for shops, so we don't really care. So I'm just gonna go to the only path that has a gap rather than a shop, and that's about it. Okay, so Kagasa basically tries to scare you. If you play along, she gives you a misfortune, but gets you 2 cards upgraded. If you beat her up, nothing happens. Well, I really dislike that this is beating her up, because I don't want to beat up Kagasa, but you know. I actually tend to like the double upgrades in exchange for a curse when I have upgrades I need urgently or that are very important cards in my deck. Even more if I have a shop soon where I can remove the curse. But in this case, neither of those 2 conditions is true, so I am sorry, Kagasa. I'm punching you in the face. We find ourselves here in one of the most hated combats in the game. These are the Moon Rabbits. They have Flawless. They have it permanently. They only ever take 1 damage from any source of damage they take. So our damage scaling is going to be pretty much entirely worthless. And we're actually gonna have to basically punch them into next week. But for them to actually die. I do believe with our setups we'll have like enough block that we are unlikely to have to worry about taking damage. Yeah, in this fight, the most likely thing to win as the fight is going to be Luna multi-attack spam. Because yeah, these rabbits just do not give any fucks at all about the kind of damage you can put out, as long as it's not like multiple hits. Also, against the rabbits you do get your card tips back, so let's just play it now so you can see. You get to add 5 basic shoot cards into the draw pile that have replenish. So if you have absolutely no way to inflict constant damage on them, you're pretty much forced to take this and use this to try and win the fight. But since we do have our Lunas that we're likely to be copying the Reclusive Sage, I'm just gonna pick up 20 Barrier here, so we can be sure we take no damage on turn 1, because we have our 2 Grace for the 7x2 and the 20 Barrier for the attack. Other than that, just play the Icewing, private square so it starts being reduced, and if we do Teacher's Dedication, this is going, yeah, even if we discount the Sage, It's not gonna be good enough, and this has ethereal, so if we're gonna play it, we have to play it now. It's a shame that we're gonna have 2 powers we can't play here, but the Reclusive Sage is the most important card in this fight for us, I think. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to be... Let's just play this, just to keep a little more better. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to win this through Luna copying and multi-attack spamming with her. Also, this rabbit is going to improve her abilities like every turn she doesn't attack. With things like accuracy, mana purify, etc. So you do want to finish the fight fast if you are able to. But it's kind of hard when they both have flawless. Also, the Lazy Moon Rabbit, if she actually does her buffs rather than just lays around, she gives both of them a buff that is going to heal them 1 health per turn. It stacks, so eventually they can heal 2 or even 3 health per turn. You really don't want to let the fight drag on that long, because at that point the healing might make them close to invincible for certain decks. Yeah. That's one of the reasons this fight is so hard. It's very hard to... like, you can't turbo the fight out unless you have like an infinite combo that's just hitting them over and over. Like, you have to actually deal 40 damage instances in this fight to actually do anything to them. Well, regardless, let's do our thing. I can Princess Undying here, so and then Splash, so I can do Wall, and I'm guaranteed to be able to Time Walk here, because like I mentioned, it's reduced by the Conductor. Yeah, that's 2 more setup pieces into an extra turn. And we find our Luna, the first of them. So yeah, let's just... with the mana we have, we can... okay, one of the upgrades is pretty much guaranteed to go in Trick Bullets. But maybe we get a Jack or a Luna upgrade with this. So I'm just gonna use it. Plus it is 1 damage on each of them. So at least it's AoE, you know? Yeah, we didn't get lucky with it. We could still get lucky if like this Jack hits Luna and Lunar Cycle. We could maybe play both of them, conserve a little more barrier. Sadly it didn't happen, so let's just play the Luna. Yeah, and now we have our first Luna set up. We're going to start copying with False Moons. So yeah, her first module was Purification module. When she hits us with an attack, she purifies 1, which means she turns our most abundant mana type into colorless. And since she attacks 3 times, that unless you graze these, that's gonna be 3 mana you're losing and turning into colorless. But oh well. Okay, so yeah, Wandering Heaven upgrades our card. Actually, yeah, the copies maintain upgrade status, so we don't care. Like, we don't have to copy before we upgrade. We can just upgrade everything. That also gives us 0 cost False Moons. So yeah. Sadly, we can't both Gather Fate and play Luna here, but you know, we are going to set up 4 Lunas to start blocking every turn, and eventually we'll use them to multi-attack spam and finish fight. We are, however, going to at least do 1 Entrench Body. This will reflect some damage, poke them at least a bit. You know, this fight is going to be long, most likely. As you can see, this one's doing Distribute Snacks, so they are going to start healing now. Delicious Tango. At the end of their turn, they gain 1 life. So yeah, we just you know, play our powers, play our block cards. Oh, we got super purified, so I can't actually play the False Moon. My bad there. And since I can't actually praise the freeze shot either, so I'm losing 1 damage that I would normally get from the cold. But well, with the amount of Lunas we have, we are not going to be taking damage anyway, thankfully. But yeah, we should try and finish this fight ASAP if we can. Okay, so what we can do here is clone Private Square, clone the Luna Clock, and we get to just, you know, play extra turns. These extra turns are going to be shuffled into our deck. We're going to be having even more chances of chaining extra turns later. Oh, the copy is ethereal as well. Yeah, forgot about that. So yeah, the false moon copies do get ethereal. So we did get to like play one turn for extra turn for free regardless. But yeah, the second copy was kind of relevant. Just didn't remember that. Okay, so we use powers, defense. I definitely want to get rid of this card at this point. The Lily is whatever, but we don't have... Yeah, none of the combats we have left can actually even be drones, so we just want to get rid of it because of the issues with having retain cards and replenish cards. Other than that, this is just to draw, because remember we played the Luna Clock, so we're doing no damage this turn. And we can just go ahead. Remember the attacks, or the Luna Clock also affected our teammates here, so they would also deal no damage if we try to attack with them. Be careful with that, don't waste them. Okay, so yeah, I really want to be ending the fight pretty soon at this point. And I think I have enough mana that, since I do want to protect myself, I am going to play Princess Undying here. But I think what I'm going to do is play these False Moons, copy my Lunas, and since I have new Lunas that will give me the block I need, I'm going to use these ones to attack already on the Pagoda as well. Since it's AoE, basically, this is 2 hits rather than 1. And yeah, we are getting hit for 31. We have plenty of barrier regardless. And if you activate a normal ability rather than the ultimate, and you don't consume the entire loyalty, these ones go back into the deck. You can redraw them later. So I'm just gonna spam them now. And when they come back, they'll probably be able to finish the fight for us. And there we go, that was a lot of damage. Sadly we didn't get lucky and finish this, like leave this at once so the time pulse could finish it off. But it's still very close to death, and then when only one rabbit's left, it's a lot less worrying, honestly. Okay, so I assume this was the accurate module, but no, this adds curses to our pile every time she hits us. Like you saw them here, the Glamorous Stylist, Unplayable Ethereal. So yeah, yet another reason why we want to finish this as soon as possible. And yeah, just upgrade our hand. Silver Loom for AoE damage. And full block along with Reflection plus Gold. And now the most recent copies have gotten quite a fair amount of unity, so we can actually almost finish the fight now. So, since we're going to be getting rid of these now, because we're about to evoke them, maybe to like hopefully kill this rabbit and leave this one very hurt, I'm actually gonna clone the Teacher's Dedication here. Because what this is going to allow us to do is get back to the other Lunas a lot faster. And that will eventually mean we can evoke them again faster for the multi-attacks. That's one rabbit down. And we're drawing 7 cards per turn now, so hopefully we'll get back to our Lunas very soon. Here's one of them. This is one of the ones that had less loyalty, less unity, so can't evoke it now. But next turn it should be guaranteed. She's hitting us for 39, so let's just focus on blocking here. Let's clone the boundaries. Next turn we should be able to Luna and just finish the fight for real. But That doesn't mean we can't, you know, hit her a bit right now. Leave her in 2 HP, time pulse leave her at 1, but she is going to heal. But next turn, we don't even need to draw any new Lunas to finish the fight. And there we go. So yeah, that's probably one of the most hated fights in the game. Not just my opinion, like what I hear from the community. But we got through it without taking damage. As I mentioned, my standards for new cards right now are super high. None of these are even upgraded. I'm not even gonna bother explaining like 3 unupgraded cards that don't really jump out as powerful or anything. Don't really have to rationalize much to not add them to the deck. And we're gonna upgrade probably the Reclusive Sage, since as we mentioned, I kind of want to prioritize the ones that I want to cast immediately. And there's nothing more immediate than this one, because even upgraded, it's still gonna have Ethereal. Pretty much want to play that any time at all it's in my deck, so... So Eikishiki is gonna... Yeah, this is Eikishiki Yamashanadu. She starts the fight with a spell card, which creates a clone of us as a judgment. And this is basically a higher HP version of our characters, the boss on Act 1. Like, as you can see, she has Silver Lockdown here, which is the Sakuya boss buff for every 8 cards played. She deals 10 damage to us. But thankfully we don't play a ton of cards and we block a lot, so hopefully it won't be much of an issue. And yeah, let's start with our setups as usual. We already... we do have a ton of mana, but we do have quite a few cards we want to play already as well. I think it's fine though. Yeah, we can get the Reclusive Sage down already. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. And worst case, like maybe we don't use the wall, just teachers and Reclusive into Time Walk. I could have done the math or something, but I don't really think it's that important in this case. The cost reductions are hitting here, so maybe we just get lucky. Yeah, we can just play all of it. Play the wall, play the Time Walk. We start our second turn, ready for the fight with a lot of powers already. And yeah, we have our Wandering Heaven here to upgrade our hand. Okay, so if we play 2 more cards, we're gonna take 10 damage, so we're gonna need 12, 27, 37 block this turn. And yeah, we should be able to find that block just fine. I'm gonna play the Lily of the Valley here, so I can have enough mana for both the powers and the Luna. And yeah, that means I can do Luna here, and... what should I call Luna or Jack here? Honestly, this fight scales very, very slowly. Like, it barely scales, it's more of a flat difficulty than scaling. So we can actually take our time here. That means I don't mind cloning a Luna rather than a Ludovile. And that means when we use our ability here, we can use both of our defense cards thanks to the reduction as well. 60 block, we're completely fine here, and I think this fight is kind of over already. Yeah, this one tends to be one of the easier leads in my opinion at this stage. Unless like your own gimmick counters you hard. Like maybe if you were doing an infinite you would counter yourself with Sakuya, stuff like that, but yeah. So just, you know, classic stuff. Play our defense cards, play our abilities. Move on. Don't really have to worry about much here. Yeah, I'm just mostly gonna skip explanations for the rest of this fight. It's just playing our defense, full blocking, letting our power scale up. There's not really much like anything that's complicated about this one. exiling the free shot there because it's one of our worst block cards, and we already get enough block from the Lunas anyway. Drawing the false moons here, so we just get to take even more turns. Gonna use this one as well. Oh, actually, I did the extra turn, so it ends automatically. Forgot about that. Not really paying all that much attention at this point, since this is basically a guaranteed win. Gonna clone the Princess Undying. The debut is already cloned, is already used for reference. But I don't really mind because I'm just doing this for long-term blocking, since our short-term blocking is pretty much just completely fine. Play the Hard Slash to exile our Curse, even though it deals no damage because we're on a Luna Clock turn. Yep, just up your hand. Copy the extra turn, use our damage just, you know, so we can end this a little faster. And play the extra turn. Couple of extra turns more and our time pools should close out the fight in combination with the Luna multi-hits. But for now, just keep doing our thing. Actually, at this point, like, we have another extra turn in hand, so I'm gonna be cloning the Pagoda Spire here to cast it for free. Deal some more damage to them. Sakuya has Grace, so she's not taking damage, but Ikishiki is. And this extra turn should actually be good enough to maybe finish the fight. This is 40. If we get lucky with the RNG on the Lunas, this will be game over for the fight. And even if we don't, we're gonna be like very close. Yeah, I just finished this one off with the Sight of Distant Blade. And this gets her below 40 HP. We in turn. Sakuya is gone. Be aware, like, as you might have just noticed right now, even if you kill Ikishiki, the summon is independent, so she will stay in the fight. You don't win just by killing Ikishiki, you have to actually kill them both. Nothing super important. Lunar Cycle might have been nice, but really not necessary. And don't want to add any more cards to my deck. Upgrade probably a Jack now, because I kinda want to make my scaling a bit faster for the Seiya. And we go to Romelia. As I mentioned, she has her Scarlet Fate here. Every time we play 5 cards, her turn ends, so we're only ever getting 5 cards per turn. So yeah, be aware of that. So our first turn, thankfully we have our Grace, but the first turn we're probably going to be taking a hit or two. But oh well. Princess Undying here actually helps quite a bit. This is enough barrier to block everything. And we have 3 powers here, we're only going to be able to play 2 of them, because the third one would require the energy from the splash. And I'm gonna prioritize, you know. I'm actually gonna prioritize the wall here. And I'm gonna pay like this, because if the discount hits Gather Faith, we might actually get to play all of them. Yeah, we got lucky. We actually got to play all of our abilities here. That was our 5th card, so she ends her turn. 2 of the attacks are graced, and 2 are taken by the barrier. She did debuff us with weak, but doesn't really worry as much. She uses her spell card with decent consistency, but it's basically just a big chunk of damage, which our deck really does not care much about. We're gonna do Jack and Reclusive Sage here. With any luck, we don't need luck because we have a splash here. So yeah. This way we spend mostly blue mana. No, spend only blue mana in fact. The discount, it's our white cards, and we do Luna into Tranquility for full block, I believe? Exactly full block with the barrier. So we do lose Solar Barrier, but we have set up all our powers except some of the jacks, and we have Luna here giving us block. Also, since Remilia basically doesn't let us play many cards, we want to have a constant source of block, so I do want to set up several Lunas rather than just the two in my deck here. And then, since she's not attacking this turn, I don't really care that, like, I don't really need to Time Warp, but, you know, I don't have any reason not to do it. She ends her turn, but we take the extra turn from the Time Warp. And for faster scaling, I am going to upgrade our hand and clone the upgraded jack. We would be able to play one more card, which is like the damage from tick bullets isn't even that relevant, so I'd rather just make our deck slightly more consistent by exiling a card. She ends her turn and we're fully set up. I think we could actually just end turn every single turn at this point. And she wouldn't like deal 0 damage to us, but she will have very big difficulties actually dealing damage. So I'm just gonna, you know, clone 2 more Lunas and take an extra turn. And at this point I really do think we could just end turn every time. Never have to worry. Not gonna do that just in case, you know, but I do think it's possible. More extra turns. Oh, I guess not. Yeah, I'm kinda not taking the fight very seriously anymore. This feels like it's basically over already. Because her Scarlet Fate barely affects us. We've set up fully. As far as I know, she doesn't scale. She does enter a rage mode when she gets below half health, but that doesn't really change anything for us, I feel. I'm gonna clone the pagodas just so they can upgrade each other basically. Trick bullets to deal some damage, and we get the dagger as well, the throwing knife. But mostly we're just gonna keep getting Luna to block and the time pulse to hurt. Yeah, the strategy in this run was mostly like actually being able to get here. Once we got here, there was no real strategy left, honestly. Just keep blocking, dealing damage with passive means. And eventually, when she's like low on HP, this is 200 burst damage. We spend the entire turn using it. Well, not now because we got weakened, but you know. She is going to use Scarlet Devil now, which is her rage mode. So I'm just gonna, you know, stack a couple of reflection buffs. But now that I think of it, this is only gonna deal 1 damage, because she's gonna attack as well in her rage mode. And the first turn of it gives her flawless. So she uses her spell card, goes Scarlet Devil. She also gains 3 firepower and vampire. So at this point, if you actually are in a hard fight, vampire might just end your run completely. Remilia is gonna be gaining life equal to the damage she deals. So if you're not killing her fast, she's gonna screw you up. Like she's just gonna heal up for all the damage you deal, unless you're blocking enough. In our case, we have so much defense that she can't actually get through anything of what we do, but she can be a problem for some decks. So yeah, Time Pulse doesn't deal anything because of the flawless, but this is going to be her last turn. Okay, it did actually hit the reflection. Apparently, doesn't the flawless goes away before that matters. So this is 28 per Luna. 28 times 5 is 140. So yeah, this plus the time pulse doesn't the fight. Well, it's a bit less because of the grace, but hopefully it won't matter. I'm just gonna be using all of them. And yeah, 108 damage from the time pulse. Finishes the fight. Final boss relic, since we're going to the Act 4 now. At this point, you don't actually care as much about getting new colors, because you're gonna see like one shop worth of cards, I think, and that's it. But regardless, neither of these is interesting. This one doesn't even give us access to new cards, because the random mana doesn't count for the cards you see. So I'm just getting the Astronomical Telescope, which gives us 2 astrologies, which make our first turn easier to set up. So yeah, our entire stick has basically been setting up every time. There's actually 2 cards here that could be interesting. I have enough upgrades plus Wandering Heaven and the 3 mana attack that upgrades as well. Where is it? I think I missed it. Didn't we have the attack that... Ah, here it is. Yeah, Pagoda's Glare. So we already have plenty of sources for upgrades, and we have a lot of cards upgraded. So I don't particularly care about Apotheosis, even though it's actually a very good card. But Loyal Servant here, 15 barrier for 2, and on each extra turn we can get it back for free. This is actually pretty good, and it does help mitigate the constant damage that the Sage is gonna put out every time we play a card. So this is actually one card that I am going to get, despite everything. So we have plenty of extra turns, so yeah. So we could do Smart Speaker here to guarantee that we start the combat with a specific card. But I'm not really interested in that, I think. Also, seeing what we have on the shop, it's basically either Clean Energy, and maybe an extra jack, or just removing a basic card. Since we do want to scale as fast as possible against Sage, because she's gonna start getting items and screwing us over, I do think the extra jack and the Clean Energy is going to be more valuable than removing a card, so that's what I'm gonna go for. But for any other fight, I would probably just have removed. So we upgrade one of the jacks, and we go ahead with the fight. So yeah, so Act 4, so the Long Night now requires 4 cards to be played, and she's starting with the Teapot, which is going to give us weak, frail, or vulnerable every turn, 3 stacks of it. Thankfully, we don't care about frail, so it's only vulnerable or weak that are relevant, and sometimes we might get lucky and she'll try to like frail us, but not actually do anything. So, mix of Giant Scissor Blade here, dealing 2 damage every time we play a card, and thus having the Icewind in hand makes me want to start with Wandering Heaven, since part of the mana is going to be offset by the extra mana here. We're gonna get a Time Walk, that is very good, allows us to fully set up this turn as much as we want, and then get an extra turn, and since we have Loyal Servant here, the extra turn is guaranteed to have our Loyal Servant for 0. So yeah, Teacher's Education, Lunar Cycle, and a Loyal Servant, and we have... Okay, first off, I'm gonna do this just so we can get rid of one of our worst cards since it's a basic card. And we have so much mana still that I am going to use one of the astrologies to look for powers. Okay, so if I discard these 2, I'll draw the jack and have these 2 for my extra turn, which pretty much sets us up for success in my opinion. All things considered, actually, I think I do want to trick bullets because it would be like blue, 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 white, which is the exact mana we have. But I don't want to draw the wall, so that means I am going to not discard the French body. Just draw it, not actually use it. But that lets me do trick bullets to draw the jack, and then jack into time walk. Yeah, the deck we've crafted is very simple to play, thankfully. So just keep using your setup. Occlusive Sage. We got lucky and hit the Luna Clock, but I didn't think about it at first, so we do have one white mana instead of blue, so we can't actually play this, sadly. But that should be fine. Do we have anything here that... Maybe we find the Lily of the Valley that can give us energy? So I am going to use Astrology here. Not for the Luna Clock, because we would need blue. I'm doing this just in case I can play both Luna and the wall here. Since she does like 8 multi-attacks, the wall here is actually reducing her to 2 times 8, which is pathetic. And I don't get what I wanted, but I do get a False Moon, which is just as good in my opinion. I'm gonna discard the 2 cards I'm not interested in for next turn. And technically the False Moon could just go on the Luna Clock, but I'd rather just get the wall set up first. That does mean that like this effect doesn't stack, as you can see. So copying this is just a way to play it for free. We're not actually going to care about playing it again. But playing it for free is good enough for me right now. And just set up the Luna Foundry just to conserve a bit of extra block as usual. And I'm not gonna do the Cling Energy because the cards we left on top are cards we want to draw. Okay, so yeah, more of the usual. Focus on our setup. We want to scale fast, so I am going to clone the jacks here. Play the Luna. And we are getting hit by 42, so I am actually going to Tranquility here rather than Gather Faith. That way. Actually, honestly, at this point... Okay, so there's 2 reasons why I'm actually going to play Gather Faith here. First, as you can see, liberated items here, Seiya, can only be dealt up to 300 damage each turn. So I do want to at least like put her below 900 to ensure that if I get my time pulse going and all that stuff, we can actually kill her in 3 turns. Even if it's unlikely, you know, just in case. And also, since I want to like close the fight as soon as possible, and she gets stronger as long as the fight goes on, I want to use my extra turns early when she's still weak, so that I can snowball that advantage for later. So yeah, just Gather Faith, the world. Yeah, I'd rather try and snowball this advantage rather than just let her do her thing. And now we've shuffled our deck. So we can Loyal Servant here. And now that the Loyal Servant's back there, we can get another extra turn and replay it again. We're gonna exile our bad card here and Private Square. We're gonna get even more barrier again. And yeah, seeing how things are, like if we get a ton of barrier, like we barely ever have to worry at all. So I'm just gonna copy the Princess Undyne here. Since it's an upgrade on both of them, I am actually going to do the... Okay, so yeah, the upgrade is one less card, but 1 more block for each card. So since we have more than 4 cards, it's actually worth upgrading them here. Yeah, this into Double Undyne. More barrier. And just, you know, some extra block to conserve barrier. But at this point, we would have to get very unlucky with the items she gets to not win, and honestly I can't even think of what she would have to do to screw us over. Yeah, just gonna gain some block, copy the extra turn, gonna play the extra turn, but you know, just so we can get rid of this. Remember, this doesn't actually give us anything, I'm just doing it because it's basically exiling curse from our deck. And we play the extra turn, keep scaling our time pulse. Keep getting more barrier. Yeah, our attacks are not gonna actually help, but this to upgrade cards. This does have ethereal, so if I don't use it, I'm gonna lose it regardless. So I'm just gonna copy Luna here. And at this point, I really just don't ever need this much energy. I'm just gonna play Splash just to get rid of it. So this one's we can only draw up to 10 cards per turn. Once we play this, the restriction is removed, but each extra card draw is going to cost us 2 life. We don't really care, we don't draw that many cards, so I'm just gonna play this to get rid of it. I should have played Princess Undyne first. I'll be honest, the fight is basically over, so I'm not paying as much attention as I should have. But yeah, we just play our thing. Get rid of the Lily. Lunar Cycle, just for some more block, keep gaining block. Exile our worst card, which in this case is the Silver Loon. Pretty sure this is worse than a block considering our setup. And Boundary for more block. Luna should give us 24 here. We're doing more and more damage. Yeah, we don't really have to worry about much at this point. In case this is relevant, you do have your counter here. Like 2 is the damage you're going to be taking for each extra card you draw, 4 is the amount of cards you have left to draw. But in our case, it doesn't really matter. In fact, just 1 o'clock, go next. So we want to be copying a block card here. So Wandering Heaven. Upgrade this to cost 0, and then we're gonna copy Loyal Servant a bunch of times. Since Barrier is better than block. Play Trick Bullet to see what we draw. It's free shot, it's some extra damage thanks to the gold. And we have 120 time pulls. At this point, I do think it's worth to do the world again. And with this, we're basically guaranteeing that she's gonna have like 2 or 3 more turns at most. So yeah, she's like, if she tries to get a new item now, she's going to be pretty screwed. So be careful here, because she can only take, if you take an extra turn, the liberator of items doesn't reset. So like at this point we can only do 77 more damage to her regardless. So while I am going to copy a card here, well, I can't copy the private square in the first place because I already did before, but I wouldn't have anyway because I'm not even going to play this because it's a waste of the extra turn. I just want to let her take her turn, so that resets. I'm just gonna get a ton of block here. Exile our worst card, which at this point is probably Pagodas. Ton of block. Draw a card to see if it's a block card. And Trench Body. Give her the turn. Yeah, she takes 46 here from the time pulse. And at this point, yeah, any extra turn just means she's not gonna get to attack again. We didn't get the extra turn sadly. But, you know, this is not really a problem at this point. Just getting even more barrier, make sure she can never actually touch us. draw a card. We didn't draw next turn, so we just play our hands and let Time Pulse take its curse. She gains the Glove of with Embedded Gems. This does remove half of the cards in our deck. This is actually a problem when you have things like teammates, when you have very few attack cards, because she can actually exile all your forms of damage dealing. But since we already have immense amounts of barrier and Time Pulse stacked, we don't actually have anything to worry about, thankfully. I'm just gonna draw to see if I can find an extra turn, and this is lethal, because we have 170 Time Pulse, and she has 250 HP with the berry. So that's part of it. And that is Lunatic7 wing with blue Sakuya. Thankfully on my first attempt at recording this. But, to be fair, the run did take 4.5 hours. Jesus. Yeah, my runs tend to take like 1 hour and a half to 2 hours generally. But the mix of explaining and in fact over-explaining everything and this being a mostly defensive run made this very, very long. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like abandon the idea that I can do these things in a single sitting and just probably have like 1 or 2 cuts in the next videos. That way they'll also come out sooner rather than having to wait almost a whole week for a new one. And yeah, that's Lunatic7 Sakuya. Hope you enjoyed. I certainly did. And people of Gensokyo, I will see you next time when I bring Marisa through Touhou Lost Branch of Legend on Lunatic7.